You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh?
Yeah. They ain't getting it like this on them. They ain't getting it like this on them. Yeah. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. I'ma grind till I can grind no more. I'ma shine until I blind your glow. Gotta grind until you out that hole. You can die from being down so low just to cleanse your soul. You forgive and let go. Gotta dress warm in the world so cold. Gotta keep your eyes on your friends and your foes. Gotta stack bread till that shit don't fold. Cause on Tuesday, hard work, no play. I'ma bulldoze everything in my way. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my babe. Cause ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that's when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. Work until I turn to a boss. Gotta stunt until it turn to a floss. Gotta learn from every time that I lost. So that little note you got, you about to pay it off. Now they hating now, cause you made it now. Took a long time, you was patient now. Work hard for it, want no handouts. Like some braces when they done, pull them bands out. Remember on a Tuesday, all work, no play. I'ma bust a doubles for them haters that was fake. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my big cuz ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that one, I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, the arena is open. This is not a classroom. This is not a lecture. This is not a friendly conversation. This is intellectual warfare. 16 minds enter the arena. 16 debaters step into the battlefield. But when the smoke clears, only one will stand as champion. Welcome to Clash of the Titans 1.1, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. And this time, there's $1,000 on the line. 16 competitors, one tournament, one champion. Every argument is a weapon. Every rebuttal is a counterattack. Every cross-examination is a chance to put your opponent on the mat. No hiding behind the ropes. No running from the bell. No easy victories. You enter the arena, and you better be ready for war. This is where knowledge meets strategy, where confidence meets competition, where debaters don't just argue, they fight for the right to be called the best. Who has the facts? Who has the logic? Who can think under pressure? Who can break an opponent's argument and build their own case into a championship masterpiece? 16 enter, arguments collide, titans fall, and one will claim the throne. $1,000, one champion, one Coliseum. Clash of the Titans 1.1. This is Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, man. You know who it is. It's your boy Oli.
Different type of hell. Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the sea, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was the type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick.
Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars no. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars go. Baby, welcome to the show.
Uh-oh, I was muted.
I was about to say, if you talking Quantum, you muted.
We back with another one, man. I'm with my guy Humble.
What up,
What
what
it do,
up,
my guy?
family? Y'all know what it is. Hey, chillin'. You know what it is. It's just a different, same old thing, just a different day, man. I'm here for the information. I can't wait to see what you bring so we can have this great discussion.
All right. Yeah, man. You know me, I'm continuing my investigation that I did last week. It kind of wasn't on my mojo then, and kind of we began investigating previously about what I call K.M.T.SOPOTAMIA, where Kemet and Mesopotamia meet. So we know that's going, even though I just mentioned those two names, is going to involve a whole lot of different people once we get down to it. So I want to say shout out to all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Watch out for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. Shout out to the chat. Where you from and where you at? You see, I got Ben Eaton in the building. Smash always the first in the building. Shout out Smash. He tell Smash said, let me get this out the way. Oh, and Oli, stop being so partial to Kemet when you stay trying to go hard on the Bible. Are you partial? You quantum or now? I'm onlyist. I'm a quantum onlyist, for those who don't know. I don't go partial for neither one. You see, I put everybody's name in it. In fact, I put more letters in Mesopotamia in there. Of course, the Bible is from the Levant and a whole bunch of different things, but we're gonna find out exactly where it's from. But to your point, man, I don't think I'm being partial to Kemet. It's just I don't know shit about Kemet. I was brought up in the Bible, so I know most of the inconsistencies and incoherences of those. But believe me, I know there's inconsistencies in Kemet because we wouldn't be talking about Kemet in the fashion that we talking about him. There wasn't inconsistencies and incoherences in it. So I want you to know that. Let me get big when you see this so I can talk to my man Smash. I don't be trying to be Smash. It's some stories in the Bible that's just easy to for me to point out the incoherences. But when we get into Kemet, we have people like Omar come up all the time saying things about Kemet and stuff. It's just the wording he be using I don't like. However, I don't disagree with his pushback. I let people push back all day. Hero say he in the back. Hero, man, y'all be getting me off topic, Haru. I ain't letting nobody up till after I finish the presentation tonight, except for Humble and GDN. Because y'all don't never even let me fly to where I be trying to fly. And so tonight we're gonna continue this with nobody on the stage. He said that be OTK, bro. That be shout out OTK. No, man, it be all of us. It be all of us. I got the plane parked. I'm ready to fly to Kemet, Mesopotamia. People talking about they forgot their bags and their lotion, like they can't get no more when we flying from here. And so I'm standing in the cockpit today, man. I ain't gonna I'm gonna let y'all passengers be in the chat today until we land in Kemet. And then I'll bring y'all up after I get some of the points off, man, because a lot of people don't understand that this is the Titans Debate League Coliseum. And we do debates. However, sometimes we just be trying to push along information or find information. And the most productive manner that I come across, because my voice ain't deep and raspy like yours and OTKs, you know. And so when I be asking y'all, hey, let's go ahead and move on, y'all don't be paying no attention to me. Haru, I can't do it. But to your point, it do be OTK, and it do be me, and it do be everybody else on my panels when we just don't take off. And so I'm gonna try to change it. We're gonna get up in there though. Cause like I said, we're getting back to where I started the other day. Let me add this to the stage real quick. We was talking about the mosaic of America in the present day that we're in right now. I ain't gonna repeat what we covered, so I'm gonna just start it kind of like going back over it. Give you a brief recap, and I'm gonna show that introductory explainer that I had, and then we're going directly back into the investigation, because this investigation for me is important. Make sure y'all can see it sometime, because my man's A1 don't kind of don't like it when he can't see who talking. At times he don't mind it, but you know, I feel the pushback because the information is important. You know, we got to figure out who we are. But before we ask where Black Americans came from thousands of years ago, what do we already know about who we became when we was here? So that's what I started talking about. I know some people in the chat like who we became. Some of us was already here. But even if you was already here, you became somebody else once. Hell, different factors came into play. And y'all know what them factors is, so I don't have to point them out or make them some type of big thing. I argue that Black Americans are not the people without a history. We do have a history. But waiting for Kemet, Israel, or Kush, Nubia, West Africa, Mesopotamia, or anybody else to provide for us a history that we come from, but we know we have things that followed that separated us from the identity that may have been ours. So I recognize that we already have a historical identity that we developed here in America. Our ancestors survived slavery, Reconstruction, segregation, racial violence, discriminatory institutions, and repeated attempts to restrict political and economic advancement for our people. But that's only one side of the history, because they also built different things. They created families. We created communities and churches, schools, businesses, political organizations, intellectual traditions, artistic movements, and cultural forms that fundamentally shaped America, the United States, as well as what we call the modern world. So this investigation is not based upon the proposition that Black Americans need to travel backwards in history to become somebody. We're already somebody. We are. The historical problem is different. The problem is ancestral continuity. The transatlantic slave trade and generations of enslavement disrupt names, languages, kinship network, political identities, and documentary connections to particular African populations. That created a legitimate historical question for me. Who were the populations from whom Black Americans descended before those identities were disrupted? Now, I know y'all start talking about the Netter immediately and the Kings, and no, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the modern day general population, day-to-day, I'm sorry, not modern day, the day-to-day general population who was living amongst the community that these so-called kings and priesthoods and secret societies or whatever that was known as back then. We're trying to find out what disruption caused such a panic that the populations we descended from lost most of the identity that we had. Thank God they couldn't. I said, thank God. Probably shouldn't have said that. I take that back. Snitched it out there. Thank goodness they couldn't destroy all of the history and the civilization and the remainance of things that was great in both places. And so we know at least the general direction that we came from. But once the question is open, numerous answers compete for the same historical space. We're told we're West Africans. We're told we're Israelites. We're told we're Kemetic. We're told we're Cushite, Moorish. We're given genetic arguments, linguistic arguments, biblical arguments, archaeological arguments, cultural arguments, and sometimes arguments that amount to little more than this sounds like us. My man Toe, shout out Toe. This sounds like us. I'm not beginning by accepting or rejecting any of that. None of those things. Shout out my man's Jay Snake. Only Snake you ain't got to worry about striking unless you ain't on his team. Thanks for the 10 jewels, Jay Snake. I see you in there. It's another one of my guys from the stock. My bad, Smash. Peace to Melanated Goddess in the chat. But yeah, we going back over this, man. I was just thinking about my man Toe, how he say the curse in the Bible sound like us. And I'm not rejecting it. I'm not accepting it. I'm gonna do my investigation and ask something more demanding. What does the evidence that we have actually allow us to establish? And I established another distinction that will remain important throughout the whole series in my slides. There's our modern historical identity as Black Americans. There's our genealogical ancestry, meaning the actual identifiable people from whom our families descend. And then there's a deep population history where archaeology, genetics, linguistics, anthropology, and ancient history attempt to reconstruct populations thousands of years earlier than what we had. Those three things can overlap without being identical. So I'm not searching ancient history for an identity to replace the one that we already possess. I'm searching ancient history to understand the history that preceded us. I want to understand it. Like, I can sit around and listen to people talk about it all day. But if you ain't trying to understand it, you might just be wasting your time. And oh, how time is so important in my view. I'm searching for a different understanding of what they were doing at that time. I'm not studying Kemet because I already decided we're Kemetic. I'm not studying Mesopotamia because I've already decided that we're Israelites. I'm studying both because claims about both civilizations are being made in our communities today, and those claims can be investigated. That means we're going backwards. We're getting on this flight and we're going past modern racial classifications. We're going back past colonial Africa, past the Atlantic slave trade. We're going back past medieval African kingdoms, past Rome, past Greece. We're going back past imperial Egypt, back past Israel and Judah, back past Assyria and Babylon, past the famous pharaohs. And eventually, we're going to end back before anybody could even call themselves Egyptians or Israelites, Babylonian, Akkadian, or Sumerian, and the later historical meaning of those words. And when we get there, we're going to do something extremely important. We're going to start with geography, not mythology. Where were these populations actually stationed? What did the Nile Valley actually look like? Where was Nubia? Where was the Sahara? Where were the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers? Where was the Levant? What geographical corridors connected Africa and Asia? What populations occupied those regions at different times? How did they travel? What did they trade? When do settlements appear? When does agriculture appear? When does political hierarchy become visible? When do priesthoods appear? When do writing systems appear? And only after establishing those foundations are we going to start asking what these people believed about existence and nature, gods, death, kingship, and what they believed about themselves. We're going to walk through the evidence chronologically rather than jumping into history wherever our favorite civilization happens to look impressive. Because K.M.T.SOPOTAMIA isn't supposed to tell us which ancient people to become. It's supposed to help us understand what happened. Then we can decide what, if anything, that history means for us today. And that's where we left off. So I'm going to play this introductory explainer that I played last time so people can understand kind of where I went last time and what we skipped over. And after that, we'll return to the presentation and the slides. But before we do, Humble, my man.
I'm here, Brody.
Humble, you there?
Yep.
I can't hear you if you're talking. Dang.
You can't hear me. You can't hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
My bad. I had low audio.
Oh, all right. Can you hear me now? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Oh, you probably won't.
All right, go ahead, Humble.
Oh, all right. Did you ask me a question? I don't even. Did you ask me something?
No, I just asked if you wanted to say something about
Hey man, I'm
That
following what you're putting up. I'm following what you're putting down. I just can't listen. I can't wait to see what you're gonna get into.
Jay Snake said he can't hear. Who you can't hear, Jay Snake?
No, Jay Snake said we can hear you. He talking about me because you couldn't hear me, so I was just making sure my mic was good. He was letting me know my mic.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, but he said, oh yeah, he said we can hear you. Okay. Yeah, man. Most of the time, if I go to sleep to the Titans, I wake up to the Titans. Shout out, Smash. Yeah, man, that's what we're trying to do. These investigations get deep, man. The information don't stop. The update is important. And so whenever we can get in there, man, we're going to make sure we get in there. But let me get to this explainer, man, so everybody can see exactly where we was at. And we'll get back to that in slide 2 after this.
Is a distinct linguistic heritage, a complex family structure.
Let me start that over. And before I started, I want to tell you guys that this is just an overview about what I went over. This isn't my presentation or anything. I know Hurt come in and he see my little explainers and don't understand what they are. They just a little explainer to let people know where we at, man. And then I'm gonna do a presentation. So this is just to help my viewers. When I was young, I used to learn real good watching videos before my teacher started talking. I believe that some people might gather information better this way, so this is how I do it.
Black American culture is a widely documented reality. It encompasses a distinct linguistic heritage, a complex family structure, a rich artistic tradition, and a deep reservoir of political resilience. But tracing that identity backward reveals a physical barrier. The lineage does not fade gradually into antiquity. It is abruptly severed at the Atlantic Ocean. This leaves a highly distinct modern community grappling with a void. The present is clearly defined, but the specific names, languages, and ancient roots of their ancestors were blanked out by the transatlantic slave trade. Shipping records established the geography of this trade. Captive populations were forcibly embarked primarily from Senegambia, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Biafra, and the Congo and Angola regions. This schematic of the British slave ship Brooks details the precise floor plans and tight stowage used to maximize captives chained below deck. Upon arrival in the Americas, the domestic slave trade scattered them further, legally stripping their names, deliberately breaking linguistic and geographic ties. The original cultures were not erased. They were forced into a complex equation of survival. African cultural retention mixed with new environments, resulting in rapid adaptation and the forging of entirely new communities. The transatlantic trade broke specific ancestral lines, but it failed to destroy human identity. It forced a new one into existence. Following emancipation, formerly enslaved people immediately mobilized. They purchased land, built independent schools, and secured political representation. Within a few years, men who had been legally classified as property were serving in the United States Congress, recorded in formal portraits like this one. This political and economic mobilization met a swift, systemic response. Southern states enacted black codes, instituted legal segregation, and used targeted political violence to strip away voting rights and dismantle the gains of Reconstruction. This dynamic established a defining rhythm. Institutions were built, violently obstructed, physically destroyed, and then repeatedly rebuilt and expanded. The historical record reveals a population driven by relentless agency and structural creation, operating in constant friction with the legal systems surrounding them. We see the physical evidence of this creation in places like the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma. By early 1921, this neighborhood possessed bustling block fronts, multi-story brick commercial buildings, paved streets, and a self-sufficient economy. That June, white mobs launched a coordinated military-style assault on the district. This photograph shows the aftermath. 35 city blocks burned to the ground, with hundreds dead, and the surviving residents marched into internment camps. Greenwood is exceptional in its scale, but the mechanism is not unique. It represents a broader historical pattern where prosperous, self-sustaining Black enclaves were targeted for physical erasure. When physical wealth is destroyed, a community is forced to rebuild from zero. This economic reset compounded the original ancestral disruption, requiring generation after generation to start over. In response to Southern violence and economic exclusion, millions moved. The Great Migration shifted populations into northern, midwestern, and western cities like Chicago, Detroit, and Los Angeles. This urbanization fueled a massive cultural and intellectual expansion. Writers like Langston Hughes, along with musicians, entrepreneurs, and scholars, shaped the Harlem Renaissance, establishing a distinctly urban, cosmopolitan Black identity. As these populations expanded, governments designed mechanisms to contain them. This is a 1937 Homeowners Loan Corporation map of Richmond, Virginia. The red shaded areas, classified as fourth grade or hazardous, specifically targeted Black neighborhoods, cutting off their access to mortgages and capital. When mapping alone was not enough, physical infrastructure was weaponized. In cities nationwide, massive highway trenches and urban renewal projects were routed directly through the densest Black commercial districts, bulldozing the economic centers of these communities. Redlining and bulldozers restricted intergenerational wealth accumulation, but they failed to stop the unification and expansion of a resilient Black cultural identity. After surviving enslavement, segregation, and economic containment, the community had built a robust modern culture. But that success inevitably leads back to the void at the beginning. The modern identity is secure, but the vacuum regarding specific ancient ancestry remains an open, unresolved. For over a century, leaders have attempted to bridge this historical gap. Early movements asserted international and historical sovereignty. Figures like Marcus Garvey adopted military formalities to project strength and demand a connection to a deeper African past. Today, that search continues through various methods. Some reconstruct the theology of ancient Kemet. Others trace lineage to the Hebrew Israelites. Millions more turn to DNA testing, hoping to pinpoint a specific geographic origin. These movements form a unified, logical response to an unprecedented historical blackout. As we begin our investigation into the ancient world, we must establish strict academic boundaries. Cultural identity does not equal genealogy. Religious affiliation does not equal biological descent, and a symbolic connection is not the same as historical evidence. But we must also recognize one final rule. The absence of an easy answer does not equal the absence of history. Before we can evaluate modern claims about ancient identity, we have to put aside what we think we know. Before we can decide who we were, we first have to establish who they were. To do that, we are leaving the Americas. We are heading back to the foundational geography of the ancient world: the Nile Valley, Nubia, Sinai, the Levant, and the Tigris-Euphrates system. This is where the investigation begins.
So yeah, man, that's where the investigation begins. We started with the history a little bit, and we don't have to go too in depth in our American side. I just wanted everybody to remember where we at. We going back to where we supposedly from. And so, as I stated, it's important to look at this. When I'm looking at my map, let me see, that we got placed here. I want to slow down because this is one of the first places where our language can distort the history before we even examine it. We commonly say our ancestors came from Africa. That's broadly true for the predominantly African ancestry of Black Americans descended from enslaved populations. But historically, it isn't specific enough for what we're trying to accomplish, because Africa is a continent. The people transported across the Atlantic didn't board ships thinking of themselves simply as members of one homogeneous population called Africans. They all belonged to particular families, communities. They had language groups, political societies, kingdoms, towns, and regional networks. And the slave trade drew from different parts of Africa at different rates and during different historical periods. So if we look at the map, the major Atlantic embarkation regions historians use include places like Senegambia, Sierra Leone, the Windward Coast, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Benin, the Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa, with smaller but historical important places and movements from Southeastern Africa as well as the places that we commonly refer to. Those aren't ethnicities, and that's important. Those are geographic categories historians use to organize an enormous historical process. Inside those regions were numerous populations whose identities changed through time. So you might look at Senegambia or the Bight of Benin, but those two places were comprised of many other different groups and tribes who identified differently from each other. So this is where one of our major scholarly resources enters the investigation. Slave voyages, the transatlantic slave trade database is what I use. The project was developed through decades of scholarship associated with historians including David Eltis, David Richardson, and numerous collaborating researchers. It compiles records of tens of thousands of transatlantic slave voyages and allows historians to analyze embarkation regions, destinations, dates, numbers transported, and other surviving information. And the scale immediately destroys the idea that there was one simple African source population. Roughly 12.5 million enslaved Africans were embarked from the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade, and approximately 10.7 million survived the Atlantic crossing, according to the estimated development from the Slave Voyages database. But here comes an extremely important distinction for our American investigation. Most of those people did not arrive directly in what became the United States. The overwhelming majority were transported into the Caribbean and South America, particularly Portuguese, American Brazil, and the Caribbean plantation economies. British North America received a substantially smaller direct share of the total transatlantic traffic. That matters because when we're asking specifically about Black Americans, we cannot simply take statistics for the entire Atlantic slave trade and pretend they describe the ancestry of the United States population exactly. We have to narrow the question. Which African regions contributed disproportionately to the populations transported in North America? What happened through the Caribbean? What happened through intercontinental movement? And later, what happened through the enormous domestic slave trade inside the United States? Those are separate historical mechanisms. Now, another complication appears. A port of embarkation does not necessarily tell us someone's ethnicity. If a surviving shipping record says that enslaved peoples departed through a particular coastal port, that tells us where the ship acquired them. It does not automatically tell us where every captive was born. People could be captured or enslaved inland, transported through commercial networks, moved considerable distance, and eventually sold toward the coast. So already we have several geographical layers. We have birthplace, we have the community of origin, the political territory that one might be in, the route of forced movement, coastal embarkation points, Atlantic destination, and later redistribution of our ancestors. If we collapse all those into one category, we've lost information before the investigation even starts. And this becomes especially relevant when somebody tells me my DNA says Ghana or my DNA says Nigeria. We have to ask what exactly that means, because modern commercial ancestry tests compare segments of a person's DNA with modern reference populations. Modern national borders such as Ghana and Nigeria did not exist during the most of the Atlantic slave trade, much less in ancient Kemet. So a modern genetic affinity labeled Nigeria cannot simply be read backwards as my ancestors was Nigerian. The responsible interpretation is closer to segments of my genome show statistically similar to present-day reference populations associated with that region. And that's the useful evidence that we get out of it. But that still isn't the time machine. Now, this map gives us another question that's going to become increasingly important as K.M.T.SOPOTAMIA develops. Look where these Atlantic source regions are. Then remember where Kemet is, Northeast Africa. Immediately, we have a geographical problem for any simple claim that Black Americans are directly displaced populations of dynastic Kemet. That doesn't mean the claim is automatically false. I'm not saying that. It means a bridge has to be demonstrated. If somebody proposes Kemet equals Black American, there are thousands of years and enormous geological distances hidden inside that arrow. Our job is to open the arrow. The populations move from the Nile Valley toward West or Central Africa. When? Which populations? What routes did they take? What archaeological evidence supports it? What linguistic evidence supports it? What genetic evidence supports it? Did movements occur once or repeatedly? Were they large population replacements, smaller migrations, trade contracts, military movements, or gradual gene flow over centuries? And critically, can those movements be connected specifically to populations later transported into North America? That's the level of evidence that's going to be required. And the same rule will apply when we eventually investigate Israelite ancestry claims. We don't get to draw Israel, West Africa, America, and call the arrow evidence. We investigate what's inside that arrow. But there's another side to this. We also shouldn't assume that because the immediate Atlantic source populations were concentrated largely in West and West Central Africa, that deeper populations didn't migrate to those sections. So that's why the history might not just begin in that place, because we know human populations move. Africa has experienced migrations, expansions, contradictions, contractions, intermarriage, population mixture for tens of thousands of years. They did this. So we're going to keep two clocks running throughout the investigation. The genealogical clock, asking who somebody's relatively recent ancestors were, and the population history clock, asking how the populations from who those ancestors descended formed over longer periods, much longer periods. Those clocks can eventually take us into different geological and geographical territory. And that is precisely why we're starting here instead of beginning within pyramids and beginning with the 25th dynasty. Before asking whether Black Americans descend from Kemet, Israel, Mesopotamia, or anywhere else, we first establish the populations we can document closest to the Atlantic rupture. Then we work backwards, evidence by evidence, population by population, century by century, because the first question isn't which ancient civilizations we were. The first question is who entered the Atlantic system, from where, and what happened to their identities once they entered it. And that brings us directly to the next stage, the Atlantic rupture itself. Humble, you there still?
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
All right. Anything you want to touch on from there, or comment about? Give us a little bit of insight from what you might know.
So what you would, when you gave this little piece about, where we come from, trying to identify specifically where we come from and how can we do that. I think one important piece here is DNA, right? And maybe that's coming later on. But the issue with DNA, the helpful thing with DNA is it tells us where we come from. The issue is there's admixtures. And so while it tells us where we come from, there's a percentage rate like we see up here on the screen. One thing we know, and we talked about this, with Kemet and Mesopotamia a while ago about admixture, right? So we know the Europeans came over here in a certain time period. And during this time period, what had happened in Kemet had already happened. And when we talk about DNA, I think DNA is the glue, so to speak, to when someone who is of an Afrocentric worldview, when they talk about Kemet, or whether they talk about the Yoruba, I think it's the DNA that is the glue that allowed them to go into these different tribes and these different cultures. Because sure, we can say, okay, well, these people were the tribes of Benin and things of that nature, these West Africans, and these were who was be taken. But then you now have to look at a time before that, with everything else that was going on that was in Africa way before they even came over here, with the admixing and the migrating and the unifications, and what I'm saying? So even when we take our DNA and say, okay, it's from Senegambia, but now we got to get even more specific, because within Senegambia itself is about 157,000 admixtures. And so that's my only insight. I'm gonna land my plane right there, brother. Thank you for allowing me to speak. But you're doing a great job, Brody.
Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, that's kind of what we see, and what I think a lot of people who don't know that amongst just different places, when you hear it, like you say, the Benin places, the Gold Coast, Sierra Leone, or any of the other places that you see, as well as if you think about, you see the little pins where these places are.
Mm-hmm.
But people could have been moving across that whole gray part into these areas, in and out. So we never know who is who, especially like you said, within just that population right there is hundreds of tribes, 150 tribes. Go down there, that's another 150 tribes. Who knows how many people those tribes had?
Yeah.
So
if I may, really fast, brother, I don't mean to cut your wisdom, but if I may, another contingent here I think that's worth noting is geological mishaps, climate change, right? So a lot of times there were 4 or 5 groups of people who lived in different areas, but those 4 or 5 different people were smushed together because the climate had changed. You see what I'm saying? It was the dry season, or the grass had receded, it became a desert. And so they had to find a water source. And so that brings, just like in the wild, when it's the hot season in Africa and there's limited water sources, that limited water source bring different species together. And so when it became, when the climate started to change in Africa, that climate change brought different tribes closer together. So again, it takes back to what I was saying about the admixture over time, right? Now, still, we have to remember that this took place in a way thousands of years later, right, than what was going on in Kemet with the
Right.
Ptolemaic period, the dynasties. These wasn't contemporaneous. That this happened time periods apart. So this is why I say the DNA, because now this is why we say, well, the DNA say that we all come from Africa. And so if the DNA say that we all come from Africa, then logically the DNA says all Africans are related in some strand. And so if all Africans are related in some strand, then whether I come from, and I'm not using this as no excuse, family and quantum, to justify why people go specifically to Kemet or specifically to the Yoruba or specifically to the
Yeah, no
Voodoo.
doubt, no doubt.
I'm just saying, when they have a connection to a place through genealogy, it makes it easier to see themselves in the most prominent cultures that come out of that land. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna land my plan with that, Brody. I appreciate you.
Yeah, and that's definitely a real deep insight. It makes most sense to say that you're part of the best. You know what I'm saying? And even today, in the position that we in, I know I do. I still look at us as the best when I think about, like I said, the things we overcome, our cultural accomplishments, the way that a lot of our accomplishments were torn down and we continue to keep building back up. Seems that we've been at a stifling point for 100, maybe I can't even say that long, but you know, the last I'm gonna say the last 100 years, 125 years, we was stunted. It seems our growth was stunted. The system that was placed over us was being pushed at a higher rate, and it continues. But we found mechanisms to continue to persist within the population. And one of those things of persistence is our resilience within everything that we do as a people. Even the bad things that we do as a people have a certain weight that it carries on history as well as present day dealings within it. And so I definitely agree with you that if I was going to choose anything, it would probably be the best. And anybody who does that, that's fine too. It's just that we might be skipping a class or a group of people that lived amongst that civilization, but living, because like we say, we can talk about America. We know America ain't never been great for as long as we've been here. If you talk about protecting its citizens from foreign involvement, they do a nice job on that. But we still victim to our government. So, you know, that's neither here nor there. But when it comes to what these people or what this system provided for us, it's never been great. Not for us. So when they say make America great again, we can say that. But we look into the future and something happens, and this is a hypothetical, of course, and Russia takes over and we're Russian for 500 years, and people start talking about how great America was. It might be some people who had ancestors who told them how great America wasn't compared to whatever Russia is providing.
And my thing would be this really fast, Brother Quantum, if I may. You know, we got this thing say make America great again. My question is for who? To piggyback off of what you were saying, because America was never great for us. So if you're making America great again, then you're only talking to one people who America was great for, who feel as though now their power is in danger because of all this equality that everybody is pushing. I'm gonna land my plane. Go ahead, Brother Quantum. Go ahead, Brother Quantum. Just food for thought. Just food for thought.
No doubt, no doubt. And so we get into this next slide, man. Make it a little bigger because I can't see when I be trying to you're thinking 50 years, 50 years ago, we're gonna be speaking Chinese, not Russian. 50 years from now. I don't know, Jay Snake. Good thing is you can speak those right right now with a little bit of studying. America is great for us. We just don't appreciate our country. Shout out Ben Eaton. He said America is great for us. And Ben Greeting, I have Ben Eaton. I have to agree with you in different aspects that America is great for us, but it's us being great within America, not America being great for us. Like I said, military.
If I could say something real fast,
Yeah, go ahead.
Benita said America is great for us. We just don't appreciate our country. How can we appreciate a country who've done nothing but stomped and trampled and belittled us, treated us like filth, below filth, littler than nothing? We are 1/5 of a person. And so I don't, that's a subjective statement when you say America was great for us, because we can now look. That's remember we had this conversation. I'm gonna land my plan after this, Brother Quan. Remember we had the conversation, and I was saying one thing that pushed my buttons as black, as quote unquote black Americans, African Americans, is we in present time have a way of sweeping away all of the things that have been done to us in the past in a better of a greater America. But just because we see all of these things America is doing, we're not a part of that. It's not for us. And so, yes, America is great, but America is not great for us. America is great for them. America is what it's always been for us, right? A place to just get by, something we just can't get from up under. But to them, America is doing all right. And I think that's the perspective pushback that I would have for Brother Ben Eaton. It's a perspective thing.
He said that's
the white people, Ben Eaton. The white people. Who is them? The white people. We know who them is.
Melanated Goddess, shout out Melanated Goddess 5909, says that's like someone saying their captor is great for you because they fed you to stay alive to endure their capture.
That's a fact. I agree with you right there. Thank you. Thank you for that validation, Sister Melanated Goddess. You put that beautifully, because that's a fact. That's literally like, and that's what we see. It's called, we call it Stockholm syndrome, but what it really is slavery appropriation, right? It's people who are literally idolizing the people who literally put them in slavery, put them in a horrible condition, put their foot on their necks, rip their ancestors from end to end with horse, some of the most catastrophic things. And then you're saying these people are great. How? I can't get with it. I'm sorry, family. I can't get with it.
Yeah. And see, that's the kind of thinking that that these type of shows bring. See, I like that. And I especially appreciate that that comment, melanated goddess, because that's just the aspect that some people might not even look at it like that. Of course, they'll say equivocation, but she said it's like. She didn't say that's exactly what it's saying, but it's like that. And it is. I definitely agree with it. And I think Ben Eaton would agree with that too if he said it like that. But I'm sure he probably let me see what he said.
Melanated goddess.
He said
In the chat.
they in the chat going off. This be making me skip my.
I agree with you, melanated goddess.
What she say? Well, let me see.
Thank you, Master, for allowing us to.
Hold on. Let's see what Ben Eaton said. For he say, "This is your country, humble. You have to stop thinking you're fighting our ancestors' fight." But then melanated goddess say, "Oh, thank you, Master, for allowing us to earn your money and compete and kill my brother for your paper money that you say is value."
Exactly. That's the point right there. And so how can I say this is my country? Matter of fact, let me address Brother Benita. It said you have to stop thinking you're fighting our ancestors' fight. If I'm not fighting our ancestors' fight, then who fight am I fighting? I'm either on the side of our ancestors or the side of our oppressor. I don't believe in no in between. Ain't no half stepping around me. You either, standing up for what's right, or you on the opposite side. You on enemy side. And so I am fighting the fight of our ancestors because that fight is not over. And so it says, this is your country, humble. By birth, not because I choose it to be, just because my mother had me here. And then even then in that sentiment, I can't call this my country because I don't dictate this country. I don't have no say so in this country. I can yell about certain policies until my face turn blue. But if the man upstairs, and y'all know who the men upstairs is in their suits, if they don't want to hear that, they ain't got, man, we can't sit here and act like we ain't see the Black Panther Party do what they did. They said, you won't hear us, we coming to the White House. What they do, they march to the White House. What them white folks do, them white folks got scared, labeled them as terrorists. And all we wanted to do was talk about policies. You think I'm about to come to the enemy front without being armed after you done shot down 40 or 50 of my people last week? No, that's not how this work. I need my civilians, my brothers and sisters, to stop thinking like civilians when we're speaking about warfare. Those are two different mind states. You can't go to your enemy thinking like a good old boy. No, you gotta let him know that, I'm on the same level you are. And if we're gonna sit here and do this, I gotta let you know you ain't about to shortchange me. And so I don't like it. So it's just stuff like that. I'm gonna land my plane, but it's stuff like the things we've seen the Black Panther Party. You can go to YouTube and literally look, and this is just simple stuff, family. Just do some research on the Black Panther Party. And look how those white people were stopping the Black Panther Party from doing what they were trying to achieve. And what was they trying to achieve, family? They was just trying to bring peace to the community. And those white folks didn't want to hear them. And so when those white folks didn't want to hear them, what the Black Panther Party do? They marched to the White House. Yeah, we coming to your front door. But you will be a fool to think I'm coming to your front door empty-handed. That's suicide. If you've ever been in the military, they teach you that. If you ever behind enemy lines, you better make sure you got something on you. So I don't know where we get off with this. And it's just what Sister Melanated Goddess said, right? This is just cultural appropriation to our slave master. These are the people who want to stay in line. I'm going to land my plane. Go ahead, Brother Quantum.
No, you good. And I'm gonna say this before I let GDN have a couple words, because matter of fact, I'll just let GDN. That's my I want y'all to know when it comes to Israel and Kemetic practices, I like talking to these two people that's up here with me right now. Shit, my man's GDN. he very knowledgeable when it comes to not just his view, but different views, and then humble. Omar, I see you back there in the back. I told Hiru the Guru that I wouldn't let nobody up except for Humble and GDN until after the show because they give me the best insight. And y'all don't never let me even get to where we going. So if you in the back, I will let you up in a little bit. But right now we finna try to tackle this. What up, GDN?
Hey, shalom, peace to the panel. Now what's up with y'all brothers? What I say, so I didn't hear everything, but I just logged on and I heard Humble speaking about our people and with the Black Panther movement and everything. So my 2 cents, right? So what I say is that what Humble is saying is not necessarily, it's not wrong. It's, our people always found a way to govern themselves. That's what the Black Panther movement was doing. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to find a way. They was initiating a way for our people here in America to govern themselves due to all the systematic racism that they experience. But what I advise my brother Humble to do is to even dive deeper to see where those roots lies, because they was building off of the roots of their predecessors, which will be Louis I'm saying his name wrong, Du Bois and Marcus Garvey. Yeah, W.E. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey. It's somebody else. I'm missing his name, but we always found the way to govern ourselves. Even Chancellor William or William Chancellor.
Chancellor Williams.
Y'all gotta forgive me for a second. But even they was saying that what the Chancellor Williams say? I'm forgetting what he said. Well, I know Marcus Garvey said that we won't know where we're going if we don't know our roots. And even Chancellor Williams was diving deeper into our roots, going back to Western and Central Africa.
You know, I can really fast. Chancellor Williams had a quote. Really fast, GDN. I'm gonna let you get right back in there. Chancellor Williams do have a quote in regarding this. If you want to know who you are, black man, go study the roots of West Africa. Go ahead, brother.
Marcus
GDN, yo.
It was more Western
Africa. Not real bad, GDN Capone.
GDN, your mic messing up, GDN. Okay. I didn't know if it was just me or.
No, I was saying it too. No,
I can hear you, but you borging out. You probably got to, you probably got to drop down and come back. All right, bet. But yeah, shout out Ben. My bad, Ben, and anybody else who in there. I did put the what's the name in the chat, but I'm gonna let people up shortly. I know my slide. I be having slides to go through, but the conversations get so interesting real quick, so I don't mind bringing people up. I was gonna try to finish this one slide right here, talk about the bottleneck of the people coming in. To this last slide and how the things come there, because like GDN was just talking about, the Humble said, to find out who you are, black man, look to Africa, West Africa, Central Africa. He said, I'd look all over the place, me, myself. Because Humble, before we continue, you was talking about how bad the I ain't gonna say how bad. You was talking about the your reasoning with why America isn't great, which I agree with you about. And you was discoursing mostly with Ben Eaton about saying that America is great. So I gotta ask you, do you think anybody in Kemet felt like that at the time Kemet was going down?
Can
That
y'all hear me
Kemet
now?
wasn't great.
Yeah. When the pharaohs and everybody was saying Kemet is great, do you think there's anybody in the population that was like, fuck that, this motherfucker ain't great, how they be doing us?
That was a big contention between the royal population and the royal, not royal priesthood, but the royal family, right? So absolutely, there was, of course, the priesthood thought they was great, the royal family thought they was great, and then you had the civil populations that was in between the two. This is where we was talking about subjectivity, right? Where they had to make the choice who was the greater, and a lot of times the civil population opted to go towards the priesthood over the royal family. And that's why over time you start to see the royal family start to establish its own priesthood, because they start to see how much influence the priesthood have over the people.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay, GD, you back? You remember where you was at?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
I apologize if I sound a little bit slurred, but what I was saying about the our pioneers like Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all the ones that was before us that took a stand against the social dynamic that they was against, right? So I ended off with Chancellor Williams, right? So one thing that Chancellor Williams was saying is that our people need to educate ourselves, because the war is now on the intellectual front. Oh man, but it's intellectual. When they say the revolution will not be seen. So what they understood is that the war now is on the intellectual front. It's for our people to educate ourselves and educate our people, so we can fight the battles intellectually and get the moral high ground that we need to advance ourselves in our right position that we supposed to be in. And I'm gonna land with that. I'm gonna drop down. I got a call. I'm gonna drop down.
I got you. We'll be here if you want to come back up. um so yeah, man, that's the kind of the lens we fighting on. Let's get back to these slides real quick. So came from this slide to show kind of the places of extracting it. They call them embarkation locations, where most of the people came from when they came in the transatlantic slave trade. These were some of the bigger ports. I don't know if they're the only ones, so I'll just leave it at that. But we get to this next slide, and we take a step backwards. Where did these people come from? How exactly were they getting there? What void did these people leave when they left whatever place they was leaving? Why was they leaving? As we was talking, Humble and being eaten, Humble was talking about the American government and how he's not American. I ain't gonna say he didn't say he was not American. I take that back. He said there's a possibility that he might only be be this because he was born here.
Mm-hmm.
And not saying he would claim either other way. He just saying that there's a possibility that he's here
I'm
against
American because I was born here. I'm
because
not
he was born
American
here.
because I chose to be. I'm not American because I chose to be American. I'm American because I was born here.
So that right there is saying something that me myself, when I take it into consideration, because I take it into consideration for myself. However, I'm always in the middle on things, like I say, especially when I know where we came from, how it was a government there too, just like it was here. That government had to have its downfalls as well as the communities. And I don't know what they were. That's what I'm really looking for, so I can find out why. Because I look at it, and I do believe if Humble could and probably can, I ain't saying he can't, but if he would make his mind up to go and say, you know what, I'm going to stay in Africa for 20 years to learn. And if I like it, I'll stay. I believe Humble would do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe if Humble had money, he would be, yeah, I'm going to go see if I can make it
Oh yeah.
somewhere over there.
You
You
hit
know
it
what
right
I'm saying?
there, Laquana.
So I got, and that's why I say me, I'm on the line with it, because I'm like, all the firepower is here. We America, because we was born here, but since we born here, we have several protections. And like I said, I know for a fact that if I was to pick up and move today to somewhere, I would be accepted by some, and I wouldn't be accepted by others. But I have to go back to that time when Kemet was alive and flourishing amongst any dynasty. Because I say alive and flourishing, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't turmoil within that population. At the time, there was more peace, that they could do things. Think of the great feats that they had. You can't accomplish these feats fighting foreign people and not agreeing within that community. So I see the beautifulness of what was going on. And when I talk about war and peace, it's just, even in peace, like I said, the turmoil, and just like I see peace in America, but I know it's things going on across the world. And I know it's people who say, I don't give a fuck, I was born here, but I don't like America from what I came from. Then I know that it's people who may have been in Kemet for the same reason. Generation after generation. My people wasn't from here. My people was from over there. We got beaten, won, captured, and brought in Egypt. Fuck Egypt. Fuck Kemet. I don't agree with none of that shit. None of they netches and none of that. If I could get up and move back to where I came from, I would. I have to say that if there's people like that alive today, there was people like that alive back then. And so if I put that into perspective, then I just say, again, I might be reaching for something that I don't want to be a part of when I say that. Because, like me and Humble was talking about earlier on this slide, when you see these pins, each of these pins are hundreds of tribes, 100 plus tribes within this community, within this area, living, maybe speaking the same, maybe we know they was interacting though. I don't know who was running from Kemet and who was running from whatever what was going on. Promised good life, everybody was so, or did some people say, I'll go because I want to, I don't want to be here. It might be a better life to where they taking us. Because I don't know if they knew they was going to be slave like that. Maybe they was told we supposed to go beat your backs or whatever. But but I don't know, man. Because like I said, my questioning just goes to, again, like I say, we got to take a step back. Because we identified the broad African regions from which many of the people entered the Atlantic system. But this slide right here is where I want to distinguish movement from rupture. Now, migrations happen throughout human history. People relocate, trade, intermarry, establish colonies, flee environmental pressures, flee agricultural, economical pressures, or move just because they don't like the politics that's going on. This was different. The Atlantic slave trade involved coerced population movement. And the coercion matters enormously when we're investigating identity. People weren't ordinarily relocating as intact nations with their political institution, archives, their land relationships, their schools, their elders, and entire kinship systems accompanying them. Individuals were captured, purchased, sold, transported, separated, and redistributed through an economic system whose objective was labor extraction, not preservation of their identities. It's like a dollar bill that was minted, I don't know, at the Denver Mint. But it's part of that system, and you never know where it's going to end up. It might pop up in Jay Snake's town. Jay Snake spend it, boom, it send it to the bank, boom, that bank send it to a bigger bank, that bank send it back out. Now it's in a totally different place, all the way in Cedric Ortega's pocket. I don't know where Cedric at. I don't think he's in the United States. Shout out Cedric and PK Killers, just involving things. Cedric spin it, and next thing you know, somebody cash apping it to they fellow compatriots. So you never know where this worth and things end up. And this is the same thing with the property of humans at this time when they were being moved about and disconnected from the places, people they were. That distinction helps us explain why our investigation becomes difficult. Imagine trying to reconstruct somebody's identity after removing them from the geographical environment where that identity originally made sense. Picture that. The village is somewhere else. Their extended family may be somewhere else. Their language may be longer or may no longer be the language spoken by everybody around them. Their religious specialists may be somewhere else. Their historical memory is no longer supported by the landscape which they developed that type of memory in. And then people from different African societies are placed together in the Americas. That's the rupture. But I want to immediately correct a misconception that can arise from the word. Rupture does not mean erasure. Because historians, like my man Ben Eaton, have spent generations studying precisely how much African culture survived and how it changed. One major scholar we need in this conversation is an anthropologist by the name of Melville Herskovitz. In The Myth of the Negro Past in 1941, Herskovits challenged the then common claim that slavery had essentially destroyed African culture and heritage among Black Americans. That argument became enormously influential, but scholarship didn't stop with Herskovits. Later historians and anthropologists debated how different directly impacted people, particularly of African cultural forms, could be connected to particular American practices. Scholars include Sidney Mintz and Richard Price, and they emphasize things that enslaved Africans arriving into Americans came from multiple societies and therefore created new cultural identities under radically new conditions rather than simply reproducing intact African societies. That debate gives us a better model. We talk about retention and disruption, plus adaptation, plus mixture, plus innovation. Now look at what happens to language. Suppose several hundred people arrive from different linguistic communities. They have to communicate. The children grow up in another linguistic environment. English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, or Dutch may dominate depending upon the colony. African vocabulary, grammatical patterns, and pronunciation and communication practices can survive and influence new languages, but over generations, the original languages may cease functioning as complete community languages. And so we look at things like the Gullah Geechee, and they're one particularly valuable place to look for studying this process because scholars have documented strong African linguistic and cultural continuities when you look at the Gullah Geechee people. Now consider the names. An African personal name can encode family, lineage, circumstances of birth, religion, ethnicity, or social relationships. Change the name and you haven't changed the person's ancestry, but you've potentially damaged a future genealogist's ability to follow that ancestry backwards, or anybody, for that case, to follow their ancestry backwards. Then you separate families through cell. Now another link disappears. Move somebody from Virginia to Mississippi during the domestic slave trade, and another geological link becomes harder to reconstruct. Record the person in the estate inventory primarily by first name, age, and monetary value. Then another link becomes obscured. This is why the domestic slave trade matters almost as much as our genealogical problem as the Atlantic crossing itself. Because after the United States prohibited the legal importation of enslaved Africans in 1808, we can't act like slavery just disappeared. We know that the enslaved population grew substantially through natural increase, while an enormous internal slave trade transferred people from upper South into the expanding cotton-producing regions of the deeper South. Historians such as Michael Tadman, Steve Dale, and Walter Johnson have documented different dimensions of this internal market. So someone researching their family might eventually reach Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, or Arkansas and think, this is where my people from. But the previous generation may have been forcibly transported from Virginia, Maryland, or Kentucky, or elsewhere. And before that lies the Atlantic problem. This is why genealogy requires us to move carefully rather than treating one location as the ancestral origin. Now we reach something extremely important for the rest of the project. When people from different African populations were forced together in America, they didn't simply remain isolated representatives for those original populations that they came from. They formed families. They had children. Those children formed families with descendants of other African populations. So generation after generation, those lineages mix. So when somebody asks which African people are Black Americans, the answer ain't just like a singular answer. For many families, the historically responsible answer may be several. It's too hard to pick out when people come from several places and was mixed like the clothes in a washing machine. Think about it. Maybe somebody's ancestry doesn't produce one straight line. Maybe it produces a network. West Africa, West Central Africa, possibly different European ancestry through the history of the Americas. In some families, Native American ancestry were genealogically or genetically demonstrated, don't even push back to Africa. Then within Africa itself, we have populations that possess deeper histories of migration and mixing with the populations before they even came into the slave populations. Like Humble said, we're talking about time, the movement of time, the movement of peoples through different mechanisms. And that's where, for me, this slide becomes important because, you know me, I always look at things philosophically. And the Atlantic rupture did two things simultaneously. It damaged older identities, and it created the historical conditions under which new identities could, would, have, and still are forming. So the second part is what we're going to examine next, because Black American culture wasn't sitting fully formed on the slave ship waiting to be unloaded. Nor was it invented out of nothing in America. It developed historically from people carrying different inheritance into shared circumstances and creating something new over generation after generation. Historians and anthropologists have a word particularly useful for this. It's called ethnogenesis. The formation of a new ethnic identity. I'm talking about, that just sounds beautiful to me. I look back at them shoes that's too little. I want to put them shoes on. The formation of a new ethnic identity. Because if it's still people over there and we got sold, maybe they didn't like us. Maybe they sold us because they didn't like us. When they came and they seen the people, and the people said they was dealing in bodies, the people who were selling them said, don't sell these people, we selling these people. We selling these people to keep these people here. That means they didn't like the people they were selling, in my eyes. Now, I could be wrong about it. Maybe they was crying and didn't want to sell them.
Really fast, brother. Quantum, can I bring something to your remembrance really fast? But you're now getting into the time.
I sit and I just think, and I say to myself, if I'm the ruler, I got 30 verified people in my household. And then I got 80 people that's not in my household that I rule over. And then Humble and his crew come, and they got more firepower than me. We fight until finally Humble and his crew get to me and say, what you want to do? All 30 of my family is alive. Humble say, I want to buy these people. I don't even want to fight you for them. I don't want to take them. I want to buy them. I say, buy people? Yeah, who you want to slay? I'm not going to sell my family. I'm going to sell the people that's not important to me. I'm not going to cry or do any of that. I'm selling, like,
Brother Quantum, can I say something, Brother Quantum, really fast? Can you hear me?
a lot of people always say, well, yeah, they was getting
Brother Quantum,
colonized, and that's a whole nother story in itself.
Can you hear me, Brother Quantum? I don't think you can hear me, y'all.
I'm
Can y'all
talking
hear
about
me?
the immediate. Was there any kings sold and documented sold into slavery? I want to look that up. I'm gonna look that up later. I'm just sitting here thinking, man, let me get back to this slide. Sorry about that. If you in the chat and where you at. But I'm just reasoning through this, man. Talking about the ethnogenesis and becoming a new population and why people becomes a different ethnicity, and what are you allowed to do with this? Oh no, Humble, I can't hear you.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check
My
1
bad.
2.
Humble say talking, y'all. Can you hear me? Humble, I can't hear you. You might have to let me see. Talk, Humble. If you're
Mic
talking, I
check
can't
1
hear
2
you.
1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. You can't hear me?
Yeah, I
Hey,
can't
if
hear
y'all
you.
can hear me, if y'all can
Chat,
hear me in
y'all
the
hear
comments,
Humble?
put a 1 in the comments if y'all
Oh,
can
let
hear
me
me.
make sure my speaker might have went off, Humble. Hold on. When I start talking and ain't nobody saying, let me see. Go ahead, Humble, because my speaker off.
Okay. So I was just going to go back real fast. Thank you, Brother Benny. But this brings back to my remembrance, and I really want to
Okay, yeah. Humble, everybody, my speaker went off. My bad.
Can you
Let me
hear me
tell you
now,
when
Quantum?
now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I really wanted you to hear this because I want to bring back to your remembrance when we had the conversation with the Dahomies, and we actually started getting into who the people of Dahomey was. And there was a specific point in the conversation where we got to where we was asking, was the Dahomey people fighting against the white people to end slavery, or was they fighting against the white people to take control of the slave routes themselves? Do you remember that, brother?
Yeah.
And so this is where you are right now explaining migrational things, trading in the midst of the trade route, as you were saying. Hey, look, there were people over there who were trading off of people who didn't like the people they was treating. These are those groups. You see what I'm saying?
These are those groups.
It makes sense because, hey, listen, it's about survival at the end of the day. Like I said before, when it's just when you go back in history, man, you get into the just like Brother Quantum is doing, when you get to the anthropology of it, definitely when you just sticking to Africa itself right before the transatlantic slave trade, if you think what happened to the people that came over here was bad, then everything that was going on over there during that time was bad. Because there was people most definitely being put in chains and things of that nature, and they was getting shipped over. The white people, okay, here we go. You know what I'm saying? And some people take a viewpoint of those people were traitors, but I just simply look at it as I'm a civilian, so I don't have the same frame of reference as those people who held control over certain territories. Go ahead, brother Quan. I land my plane with that.
No, yeah, that's a fact. When you look at it, and that's one of my points. Like, I can't look at it because me myself can't actually say what my ancestors was a part of when getting here from wherever they started at. Let's just, for the sake of the argument, I'm gonna say Africa, because I do know that. I can't say specifically. I can say specifically the ports that they say we came from because they got that documented. But there's history way before that, like you was talking about, migrations, different environmental changes, geographical changes, people stopping and make civilization. I don't know where my people moved from, but it only proves that ethnogenesis was occurring there, because maybe my people was moving from a different civilization and wanted to be a part of Kemet, wanted to be a part of that system, did believe in that system, did move on from there, but still followed those traditions whenever they left, and then ended up getting caught up in the slave trade. How do I know they didn't say, we don't like none of this that's going on? Hey, can I get on that shit? You taking them where? I got to put them on? Let me go over there. It's better than what that king was over there doing. They done killed all my family and everything anyway. And then we talk about the king, and like I say, the people. I bet you the king didn't sell his brother, put his daughter on the slave ship. I bet you them slave traders wasn't trading their family members immediately. Do I think that they had some type of hate in their hearts for the people that was? I can't say. However, they had the choice to profit off of it. So I don't know what was going through their mind, but that's why I'm going through this whole reasoning process and finding out information without making an assumption. So when I do have talks and stuff about people, my reasoning can already be on the table when I say different things. Because I know I'd be talking and people be like, what is Quantum talking about? Is he agreeing with them? Is he disagreeing? No, I see points. I see pros and cons to all of it. I do think that we are all the people together, and everybody just choosing what they, like Humble said earlier, what they feel is powerful and what gives them a purpose. And that's fine. Especially if you just saying, like Humble always said, even when I first met him, forget the DNA and all of that. I'm talking about what I want to be a part of, the greatness of that. Oh man,
you gotta think about it. If I can, brother Quantum, out of everything we talking about, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So when we did, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying a little bit earlier in our conversation. When we deal with people who claim Kemet, you have to understand what they land claim to, right? Their land claim to the first kingdom in Africa. Their land claim to the oldest medicines in Africa. Their land claim to the oldest philosophical thought in Africa. So the reason why Kemet is so important to Africa is because on a historical scale, it was the first kingdom to be able to produce something of material in Africa. The first writing comes from Egypt in Africa, the earliest writing, right? And so when people attribute themselves to Kemet, it's not just that, oh, well, you know, we want to be Kemet is a trend. But just like I said earlier, like you back me up on, it's the power, or it's about what I want to be represented with. I want to be represented with the oldest, the first, the, you know what I'm saying, the most advanced for its time. And hey, Egypt is in Africa. You see what I'm saying? Egypt is in Africa. So when we talk about it, and a lot of these arguments come, Ben Eaton said something earlier, and I'm gonna land my plane. Ben Eaton said, I'm fighting my ancestors' fight. If Ben Eaton knew anything about the Dr. Clarks of the world, the Dr. Benz of the world, they were debating European scientists about that very fact. Was Egypt in Africa? Was the Egyptians black? Right? And so when we bringing this information out and we reminding our people about this information, It have nothing to do with selling me personally. I can only speak for myself. It have nothing to do with selling my people a culture that's dead and gone. But it's about bringing back remembrance to my people what other people and now even agents within our own communities are seeking to distort because of their own agendas. I land my plane with that. Thank you, Brother Quantum. Go ahead, get it in, Brody.
Yeah. No, and with my bad. Thank you. But and with that being said, now what would be, I mean, I know what it would be. I just want to hear your point of view. Because I can picture being eaten right now, licking his chops, saying the same thing about his view in America. What's the difference of that and what you're saying about Kemet?
The difference is the time periods, right? When we deal with Kemet versus America, right? The traditional systems of indigenous America or pre-America, I like to call it.
No, wait. If we gonna be dealing with Kemet when it was great, and when, like you say, the things that you, then I think we have to be fair when we say being eaten is talking about America. He talking about like present day America when it's at possibility, where it's at the possibility that the people within it can move in a better manner. Well, we know it's still a systematic manner, so
but it ain't for us. Like I say, it was great. You know, America is great, but it ain't great for us. You know, and that's the difference, right? Here's the thing as well. Kemet was an African civilization. This is why I had to go back to the Dr. Ben debates and the Dr. Clark debates. Kemet was undoubtedly an African civilization. They didn't look at themselves as distinct from Africa, right? Here in America, we are a Eurocentric civilization. We don't govern our own civilization. How we get orders. And so I think that's the biggest difference when we're talking about the greatness of one civilization compared to this civilization at present day. That civilization was great under its own rule. This civilization is only great for the people it's great for because of who run it.
I think I want to open the panel now. I think this might be a good place to open the panel, man. Benny, because I think
you want me to let Omar up?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let Omar. Ben, if you want to come up now, anybody else in the chat?
I'll drop the link for you, Quantum. I got you.
Since Omar up, we're gonna go ahead and let Omar start us out about anything he I know we talking about Kemet, we ain't got the Mesopotamia yet. But it's coming, you know. All we got is time to conceal our nature. What up, brother Omar? Shalom, ain't that how you say it? Omar might be asleep. He might not even. Miss Ashley. Omar, if you talking, you muted. Omar might have fell asleep waiting on us. Shout out my man Jay Snake. Let's see if Ben Eaton want to come up. Let me get into one of these though, because you know we wouldn't be on the air if it wasn't for our sponsors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Coliseum of Arguments is back, hosted by Titans Debate League, where ideas collide, minds clash, and only the strongest argument survives. Sunday, August 28th, step into the arena for a battle of philosophy, history, religion, and reason. Bomb Squad Ashe versus Suave Boss. The question, is the black woman God? Why or why not? Suave Boss is taking the affirmative. Two debaters, two positions, one explosive question. This isn't a conversation. This is intellectual warfare. No punches, no weapons, just facts, logic, history, philosophy, and argument. And now, the entire tournament is members only. Want full access to all the debates? Become a channel member for only $3.99. That's right, $3.99 gets you full access to the whole tournament. Sign up now. Don't wait. Don't miss the battles. Don't miss the arguments. Don't miss the moments that everyone will be talking about. Bomb Squad Ashe versus Suave Boss. Sunday, August 28th. Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas enter the arena and only the strongest argument survives. Are you not entertained?
Yeah. And we back, man. K.M.T.SOPOTAMIA. Omar, you on the stage. You sleep?
I want to just point to something.
Ben said he said he up.
But I want to point to something Benito said as well. Benito said that Kemet became great Kemet became great because of slavery, which is entirely, absolutely not true. When you look at quote unquote the slavery that happened in Kemet, if you want to call it that, I wouldn't run from that. But you would see that the slaves in Kemet, based on archaeological evidence, were treated with human rights. Unlike cattle slavery that came with the transatlantic slave trade, where humans were treated as property. And so while, they had indentured servitudes, they had captures of war, right? But even their captures of war was either put a part of their military, or they work labor, or they worked as housemaids and things of that nature. It wasn't like how it was in America, where they was just stripping away their rights of being human beings. You can't own land, you can't do this. That's not how it was. But anyway.
So before you say something, Ben, okay. I just want to say something humble to let you know what I'm thinking. So them little movies and the little documentaries I watch when they be showing this.
Oli, I heard you call my name, but go ahead, brother.
Oh, Omar must be late. Omar is late on the video. Omar, you need to catch up.
No. I've been playing dots with the wifey, but I've been listening in the background. Now, I haven't caught everything, but I just want to respond to something that Brother Humble said. He tried to compare Kemetic slavery to chattel slavery over here in the US. This is where Humble made a crucial error. When it comes to Norma's palette, and Norma had the mace in his hand, what did Norma do to his own Kemetic brothers from the southern region with that mace?
Hey, I think that palette. You ain't talking to me. Never mind. Go ahead, Humble.
The Norma's palette, the captive on the ground simplified an enemy of the region of Upper Kemet. The mace in his hand simplified the power that he could slay, or the protector. It simplified that he was the protector of Kemet. That's a symbolic relic. That's not a physical relic. Yes, it's depicted in a time where he is conquering, but he's showing that through this symbolic reference, I am the protector of Kemet. I am the protector of upper evil.
So humble. I respect that. But can you admit when Narma had the mace in his hand, was that an act of love or was it an act of violence?
It was an act of protection.
Brother, can you answer my question? When Narma had the mace in his hand, was it an act of love or was it an act of violence?
It was an act of protection.
Brother, I'm trying to work with you, humble. When Narma had the mace on his hand and the person is at their knees, I understand. Hold on, humble. This is what I want you to know. I'm looking at it from your lens. And guess what? Looking at it from your lens, you have a valid point. You do. I gotta be honest. But look at it from Brother Omar's lens. When it comes to Narma's palate, and Narma had the mace in his hand, is that an act of love or is it an act of violence?
It's an act of protection.
Hold on, humble. I'm gonna simplify.
Can it be, fellas? Can it be an act of protection through violence?
No, don't save him, Kazi. Humble. I'm gonna simplify it. Is that love?
Yes, protection is love.
Hold on. So if you hold a mace,
you don't protect the things you love.
Go ahead, humble.
Do you not protect the things you love?
Yes. You see how easy it is for me to answer this question? Okay. I say yes.
So,
go ahead.
You love your household. So if you love your household, would you not protect it?
Listen, if somebody crawled through my window at night or in the morning when I'm home, two things are gonna either happen. Either when they crawl through my window, I may crack them over the head with a mace, but nowadays we call it a firearm, a gun. And I have I have plenty of those. But hold on, humble. Address my question. If Narma had the mace in his hand and somebody is bowing down to him and Narma is holding it over his head, getting ready to crack somebody upside the head. Mm-hmm. Listen, I'm gonna simplify it. Is it love?
To protect his home, it is love.
No. Listen. If Narma is holding the mace in his hand, is that an act of love?
The mace is a sign of empirical power. It is a sign of domination. The act is not done in love. You don't kill anybody in love. You did what
exactly.
I'm talking
about. And hold on. And to validate what Kazi just said, the mace is also, hold on. Not only does it stand for power, it also is a weapon of violence. So humble. Answer my question. If Narma has a mace in his hand getting ready to crack somebody upside the head, is that love?
If you use your gun to shoot somebody to protect your house, is that
not love? Hold on.
That's not love? That's not love?
Could it be done out of fear?
Hold on, humble. Let's answer that question. No, that is not love. It is not love. Listen.
Bro.
Listen, if somebody crawls through my window and I catch them crawling through my window, no matter if I have a mace, a club, or a firearm, once that person crawls through my window, which is an act of violence. Hold on. And hold on. I want you to understand this, humble. I understand your lens. I want you to understand my lens though, too, brother. I want you to open your mind. Hold on. What did they say? Open your mind, Quade. Open your mind, Quade.
Hey, humble. This is
What's
why
wrong
the
with
Hebrews.
Odie, man?
This is why the Hebrews get you all the time, brother.
My bad, y'all. My
Yeah, man.
Man, salute everybody, man.
so I can't.
What up? What up? What
Hey,
up?
What up,
hey,
though? What's the word,
Hey,
Jelly
Omar.
Bird?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Omar. I ain't had to do it.
Hey,
Hey,
listen.
but
I'm
to
still
be
waiting.
fair,
I'm still waiting. Go ahead, Oli. But I'm still waiting for humble response. But remember, humble. Open your mind, Quade. Open your mind.
so then I want. Hey, before humble, I want to. Can I answer that? Can I tell you what I think that palette actually says? I know you don't care, and you're gonna say it's people who.
No.
Smart.
Oli. Your opinion is highly respected. Go ahead, brother.
I look at that palette and I say, Norma's supposed to be unifying the two kingdoms, right? And this palette is showing that. And so I see Narmer, he bigger than everybody on the palette. Then I see a smaller man standing in the background, which represents lower. You see he represents lower Egypt. Narmer's big, so he represents upper. And the person that he's slaying, you see, he don't got the hair like that other person that's standing back there on the side. So that's probably more than likely representation of the foreigners who was periodically coming in trying to mess up their things. So, and that's why I think the unification, I think that if that's showing unification, that's actually showing a foreigner down submitting and the two people.
Hold on, Oli. Hold on, Kazi, real quick. You know what, Oli? I respect that opinion. But once again, hold on, like Total Recall, I want y'all to open your mind, Quade.
But you don't have
your hold on.
So you want us to diverge from what history tells us is what you want us to do.
Humble. I'm gonna let you cook. Hear me out. Now, if I look at it, which I agree, it does have to do with unification, but in order to unify, in order to unify, when the opposing people don't want to unify, when you go to war and people get unalived, is that an act of love, or does it have to deal with some sort of hate, or however y'all want to mix it in?
Well, have you
You're
looked?
creating.
No.
Hold on.
Answer my question.
I am, but wait a minute. You can't when somebody start talking, cut them off, Omar.
I just heard Oli. My bad,
Okay,
humble. Go ahead, brother. Salaki, humble.
What you're doing is you're conflating two different scenarios with one another, right? Number one, you're conflating the battle between two people with the expansion of a already civilized kingdom into territory that was still tribal. So in the other part, we can say, okay, that's hate. You see what I'm saying? That's battle. They're fighting for control.
No. I said violence. Violence.
Okay, we can say that's violence. And the other one we see is the clear expansion to where everybody else are in tribe. They don't have the size or the political power to even objectified to what's going on. Right? That's literally like us right now. That's literally like the government putting a bill across right now. And because we don't like it, we like, oh, well, we going to do something.
We politics. Humble.
And so what I'm saying is, hold on one second, Omar.
Humble.
And so what I'm saying,
we are going to hop into politics because guess what?
Listen to me.
I already know you're going to agree with me, and I'm gonna agree with you. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So the only thing I'm saying is the expansion didn't happen the way you're trying to frame it as happening. It wasn't one group versus a whole nother group. No, it was an expansion from the south to the north. Yes, there were people in the north, right? But those people were tribal people. There was no kingdom in the north. And so when Kemet got unified, hold on, Omar, let me finish and you got it. So when Kemet was unified and Narmer palette was stabbed, the enemy that you see on his knees, like Quantum was saying, right? The palette is a symbol. Narmer, who's the ruler of Kemet, is signifying that he's the protector of Kemet, smiting enemies, not the indigenous people, but the enemies who oppose Kemet.
Right, but they would have been indigenous Africans.
Kazi.
Yes, they would have been.
I'm gonna stay out of it.
Kazi. No, Kazi. I do want to hear your point of view, but this is where I land my plane at. If we're talking about a unification and a war happens, is there not, if we're talking about unification and a war happens, a battle happens, why is the battle happening? So when we talk about unification and a war happens, did the people, aka Narmer, when he wanted to unify, did the people he wanted to unify agree with him? And the reason why they did, the reason why they didn't agree with Narmer is because they went to war. Brother Omar is very precise. I'm very precise. Go ahead, I'll mute out.
Can you provide the date of that and name of that war, please?
I was going to ask the same question.
Are you thinking it's
because y'all made an assumption that these are some? If this is a first of all, it's a consolidation, not just a unification. It's a consolidation of two lands that are already connected, Canaan and Nubia.
Read it for us. Can you read it for us, Cosmo?
Yeah, my thing is this. This is what I'm asking. He's saying they coming from Narmer and them coming from the southern Africa or Upper Egypt, right? Or Upper Egypt, right? And they're coming in. He'll have to show that these people that Narmer have subdued, right? And mind you, if y'all using size as into importance, the man that Narmer is subduing is only a little smaller than he is. So if we're using that, I would like to see the name of these people in 3100 BC, the time of Narmer, the 3050, that these people are other than other Africans, right? Because if he's going to the Delta region to conquer the Delta region, there are indigenous Delta people already there. So is he conquering those people? And what are, and if they are some other people in 3050 BC, if they some other people from outside, could you show proof of that? Because I heard a claim being made, you know what I mean? And I was just trying to find some clarity on, exactly who these people are in 3050 at the founding, 3100 at the founding of Egypt, if they're not indigenous Africans.
So I don't think the claim will be made. So I don't think the claim will be made that the tribal people in the north would not be indigenous Africans.
Okay, so he was killing his own people.
It was just hold on a second. It was just the fact that they were tribal people.
Yeah,
right. So what do you do? Just like what did America do when they went over there to Hawaii and they
colonized them, killed them,
like Egypt.
So what?
Just like Egypt.
And so hold on and expect. No, he did not kill. So America didn't go over there and kill the people in Hawaii. No,
they killed the Tasmanians.
Hold on a second. Hold on. They colonized the people of Hawaii. So if you want to say colonization, Kemet was doing or Narma was doing, that's fine. But when you're talking about going to war and
I'm just talking about taking of life.
Hold on. Of course, that's going to happen.
Yeah, but that's ill.
Hey,
that's not love.
Nobody can say
not love.
Hold on one second.
To take a life is based
so you can't take a life out of love, Cosmo?
No. You take life out of fear.
I think that's BS. Because love
doesn't encompass. Hold on one second, brother.
I'm gonna wipe them out of love.
You don't kill anybody out of love.
That don't make sense.
At all. What you're saying doesn't make sense at all.
This is that's why weak militaries are formed, because you don't kill anybody out of love. You daggone right. You kill for what you love and what you protect.
You kill out of passion, out of hate.
If not anybody can
kill for every other reason but love.
If not anybody can take what you have. Because if you just love everybody and somebody come take your stuff, what you gonna say? You know what? You can have it because I love you. No, that's punk stuff. No, you ain't taking nothing over here.
Hey, my point
but they took your people from Africa.
Hold on, cause my point is that Egypt was a colonial superpower, and that's how it became great. And
just as evil as any European.
It was a dominating force in the ancient world. That's how it became great, humble.
Well,
they
were the first kingdom in Africa.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Yeah, why you gotta chill? Let him talk.
It became great because it became a colonial force, just like Assyria. And I can easily demonstrate this, humble. A large population of peopling in Egypt was slaves, not slaves the way that you think of it, but slave the way that you claim that the Bible describes it. The same way, brother. Slavery.
Yep, but nobody's disagreeing with that, Benny. Yeah. And what I'm disagreeing with,
you are.
Hold on one second. I'm not. What I'm disagreeing with. Go ahead.
Let's let Ben Eaton finish. Ben Eaton finish.
Yeah, no. Like I said, how we should see any other ancient civilization in antiquity, and how their societies function, right? And how the politics, the social economics, all that goes into anthropology. That's a social science that is like that archaeology used as a methodology. So you can't do that with just Egypt, humble. You treat it the same way, and it looks exactly the same as it does at any other civilization at that time.
Fact.
That's all I'm saying.
So, okay, before everybody came up, Quantum, me and you had a conversation about the mixing and the admixture, correct, Quantum? Uh-huh. And with that, what do we say about how we looked at stuff like that? We say, hey, listen, we don't look at, hey, it was for the time it was, correct? So now here we're seeing the first kingdom in Africa being formed. Yes. If we're looking at this through a subjective lens, we can say all types of stuff about this. Nothing is perfect. However, we can't just take that view and overlook the fact that this is the first kingdom in Africa being produced.
You're disingenuous.
So we're not saying that it didn't take a process for Kemet to be produced. No, nobody's disagreeing with that, Benny. What I am disagreeing with, hold on one second. What I am disagreeing with, wait a minute, let me land my plane. What I am disagreeing with is that process, right, was what was brought about, or that process was an all-out battle. That's what I'm disagreeing with. It was not an all-out battle. It was not a war.
Can I respond to that? Hold on. Can I respond to that, please?
Ben.
Let Ben cook real quick.
Come on, let me get that real quick.
Salaki, I do have like a 1.5, 2 second background thingy. My bad, brothers.
Oh God. Yeah, no. All I'm gonna say is that's disingenuous, Humble, because earlier how you described slavery in Egypt, you tried to kind of like cushion it, right? You tried to cushion it, like you said, no, it's more like this and that. No, listen, think of every form of slavery in the ancient world, whether it's forms of servitude down to the harsh, grueling nonsense, right? Every society has every form on the entire spectrum, right? And in the ancient world, it's in large numbers. That's what made Egypt become great, because it was able to dominate. It was able to colonize. There's archaeology. Listen, Syrio-Palestinian archaeology is filled. It's filled with with material from Egypt. That's for a reason. There's a popular article online right now, Canaan's debt to Egypt. I'm pretty sure we all read that. That shows that Egypt was a overwhelming force, and it captured and it brutalized and it did all the things that everybody else did, bro. So don't try to cushion it.
Nobody
that's
is
my
saying
point. That's my point, and that's what you was kind of running from.
Humble.
I get your point. Nobody is saying
humble.
Oh no, you see me and Big Eaton having a conversation, bro. Wait a minute.
I just want to.
Okay, well you can piggyback. Let me respond to him. I got you. I don't think nobody been eating is disagreeing with how colonization happened, whether it happens in any period, right? What I'm simply saying is slavery back then is not equated to cattle slavery of the transatlantic slave trade.
Do you know why though? Why? Why is it different?
Incorrect.
That's not incorrect.
I can prove it to you. What's the definition of cattle slavery?
When humans are treated like cattle, less than human.
Okay, I'm about to tell you the definition of chattel slavery right now. Hold on. All right, yeah, you can hear me. Chattel slavery is a system where one human being is legally owned as personal property, chattel in parentheses, by another with the legal right to buy, sell, trade, and inherit them. That is the social economic system of Egypt, brother. When it comes to slavery, that's a social economic system of any other ancient community. Now, this is how you got caught, Humble, because chattel slavery is popular because of our experience, right? And people don't realize that the definition can extend to a multitude of periods, but it's just popular with us, and we feel like nothing, nobody in recent years go through anything like we did, right? So it's more popular with us. But you gotta understand the definition, brother. Chattel slavery is an ancient thing too.
So Humble, can I piggyback off of Dan Eaton really quick, please?
Just go, man.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do. Let's just bring out the information and let's let the source talk. Is it spooky time? We're gonna push the information forward. So my point of bringing up the Norma's palette, let's push forward. King Djeret's Nubian campaign, First Dynasty, 3050 BCE, documented by rock engravings at Jabal Sakah Suleiman near the second cataract. Let's push forward. You want another war? Hold on, check this out. You want another war? Neferu's Southern Campaign, Fourth Dynasty, 2600 BCE.
That's too late. We
Recorded.
got to go
Hold
back. You got to go back to the
Yeah, that's
founding.
way.
You got to go back
Recorded. Hold
3100.
We ain't all the way there yet. We ain't there yet, Omar.
Yeah, we ain't there yet.
We ain't there
You
yet.
got to go
I just
3100, 31,
brother,
3050. We got to be right in there.
I got y'all. I just want to land. This is my point. Sneferu's Southern Campaign, Fourth Dynasty, 2600 BCE, recorded on the Palermo stone as assault on Nubia, yielding thousands of cattle and prisoners. Let's push forward. I got a third one. Pepys, hold on. Pepys, first Nubian expansion, Sixth Dynasty, 2300 BCE. Let's push forward. Led by the General Wana against the I'm almost done.
No, you just try to go through every last one.
No,
go ahead.
listen.
I'll let you say a few more.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Against the Confederate lands of the Herahu and the Injerti and the Wa'at. Spooky time. Pepys second Nubian expansion, Sixth Dynasty, 2280 BC, a massive mobilization of the northern and southern tribes led by Wane to secure timber and tribute. Y'all want more? Hold on. Let me get two more, because actually, guess what? Brother Omar, I got 50 of them. Just let me get two more out. And I know it hurts. Let's push forward. So, okay. Spooky time. Okay. Menare's first cataract expedition, Sixth Dynasty, 2250 BCE. A royal journey into the Elephantine to receive direct submission and tribute from the southern region of Nubia from their chieftains. Y'all want more? Y'all want Middle Kingdom?
No.
What y'all want? Listen. No.
Hold on. You said you were going to say two more.
Hold on, Oli. I'm a land.
Please. You flying in circles. Can you please hurry?
Well, the only reason I'm flying in circles is because I respect the owl, but I don't turn my head two different ways. But let's push forward.
Sorry for you.
Thank you. Let's push forward. So my point of bringing this information is out. When we talked about the mace in the hand and Narma unification, all these wars that I brought out with the Northern Kemetic region at war with their brothers from the Southern region. I brought the information out because when you demonstrate war, somebody has to be unalived. And when somebody gets unalived, is that love? I'll mute out. Y'all got the floor.
Okay.
So
hold on. Let me get him. Let me get it, Humble, and then Humble can go after me. I guess what you fail to realize is that this isn't a show over love. This is an investigation and a examination into Kemet and Mesopotamia. Right now we're on Kemet. You went through some different dynasties about war. Nobody ever said anything about that. We were particularly staying in a spot that we can't come out of because we're trying to reason with that spot first. We're talking about, you talking about the dynasties after Narmer. We're talking about the period before Narmer connected the dynasties. Actually, when you said two things that interested me, but I don't want to say them because I know you're gonna try to jump in. But you said the first Nubian succession and the second, and that was like in the 5th and 6th dynasty. So that means that they wasn't. I don't even want to ask that question. I'll get back to that. Just remember you said that the very first Nubian push was the fifth and sixth, the fifth and sixth one. You said the first two, but also, that don't give no points to no side. I just wanted you to know that you said that because
Oli. After Norma
we're not
unified.
after
Listen,
Norma.
listen. No,
We're not there though. No, you listen. You
this,
listen. No, you listen. We're not
no, Oli.
listen.
Oli, I'm gonna let you go, brother. Just hear me out. Hear
Listen.
me
Hear
out.
me out.
I know
Okay,
the
I'm gonna hear you
information
out if you hear
hurts.
me out first.
I know the information hurts.
Hear me
Look,
out. Hear me out
after,
if you hear me out first.
listen.
Hear me out
After,
first. Hear me out first. Hold on, Omar. Hear me out first, and then I'm gonna hear you out. We're not even to after Narmer continue that. We're not there yet. You trying to jump. And that's the reason why it hurt, because you're jumping and flying in circles, and we're not there yet. We're trying to reason with the part before Narmer and during Narmer, not after, not the pre-dynastic. I mean, we're looking at pre-dynastic, not the dynastic part. All the information you've given us is past what we're looking for. Can you go back before that and tell us who Narmer was fighting?
okay. So I don't know if you, Oli, I don't know if you noticed. Once Narma so-called unified the southern region into the northern region, the
Who did he beat to
unification.
unify?
Let
Who?
no
Give
no
me
no
that word. I need to hear you
hold
giving me. No, listen to me. You gave me all of those
I'll mute back
wars.
out. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you gave me all of those wars that supposedly happened. And I bet you if we look into those wars, it's going to be Egypt going out doing something. It ain't going to be North and South Egypt fighting each other. Even when you said one of those Nubian progressions, it said that the North and South warriors joined together and went and did something. But that's neither here nor there. Listen to me, Omar, and listen real clear, because I think you keep getting it. You don't understand what I'm saying. We don't care about none of that. We're trying to go before. Give me the information of the wars that Namr was fighting when he was fighting those people to unify it. Can you go find that information for us? Not anybody that
Speaking now,
fought
Oli.
after Norman.
Hold on,
Not
Oli.
anybody. Not
You
anybody
did.
that
You
fought
just
after.
asked me,
Listen.
brother.
Not anybody. I'm gonna say
You
it one
asked
more
me a
time, and then
question.
I'm gonna say it one more time, and then I'm gonna mute out. Don't talk about anything after Normer. We're talking about up to
And
and
then, brother,
during Normer.
and
Okay.
then, brother Quantum, after
Hold
Omar, can I share my screen
Don't
and get
say
in here?
no. Yeah, because
After
you're
Omar, can
supposed
I
to be
share my
one.
screen and get in here?
Yeah, you're gonna have to share your screen yourself because my computer, my
Okay.
Wi-Fi
I
in my
got you.
house
I'm
went off
just
and I'm on my
asking.
Can
I,
I
phone.
go,
I want to
Oli?
be respectful,
Oli.
bro. After Omar,
Oli.
I just want to be respectful so I could talk with
Okay,
no
I'm trying to
interruption.
keep Omar, because this is why I don't be wanting to bring y'all up, because you always try to jump my shit somewhere that I'm not trying to go. And I don't want to hear nothing about that until we get there. We're coming up there. Maybe you need to save it until we get to the fifth and sixth dynasty and all of those dynasties. Or when we get to each dynasty, you can capitalize on it when we get to that dynasty, because we're going through all the dynasties. Stop telling me no and trying to take the stuff where we're not at. We're pre-dynastic. Give us the information about what Narmer was doing, who Narmer was having to fight, or what Narmer's father and them was having to fight before they came to this. Do you have any of that information? If you don't, we don't want to hear anything else after that until we get to those dynasties. Please.
Can I speak now, Oli?
Yes, go.
Thank you. And I don't want to be cut off. I don't want to
Okay.
be cut off.
So
Listen, here's the thing here, Oli. What you're trying to do is you're trying to set a standard to box me in about the information. And guess what, Oli? You are not the voice of the Kemetic people. You are not the voice of war. You are not the voice of battle. So you can't box me in to try to isolate my answer. So, Oli, did you know? Did you know after Narmer's unification that there were other wars fought, loads of them, because the people that he wanted to unify didn't necessarily agree with the unification. So after the unification, they also fought other wars. Did you know that, Oli? That's a yes or no question. I don't
You
want you
keep
to
talking,
expand.
man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh?
That's Dick Gregory. That's Dick Gregory.
Omar, I
Already
don't
know.
think you understood
No. Humble.
Omar was saying that hold on, Omar. Hold on 1 second. I don't think I don't think you understand the fact that Quantum said we're in a particular period of Kemet right now. You can't then take us somewhere that you want to. This is not your. Hold on, real fast. Hold on, real fast. Just like you was telling us.
Show him the screen.
Why did you mute me out?
Because I'm trying to explain something to you. Wait a minute. Just like you was trying to explain to us on your show that this is your show and you want to talk about what you want to talk about on your show, you can't move Quantum's point faster than what you want to move.
Nope, you can't do that.
This is Quantum show. This is Quantum show, and he don't want to move right there right now. So you can't force him to.
Hold on, humble. And guess what? I'm glad that you said that. Now, because this is Quantum Show, which is AKA Oli, I did not ask Humble Mystic the question. I asked the brother Oli. So, Humble, fall back and then chime in.
I'm after you. How am I falling back and you still talking about stuff that we ain't talking about, Omar?
Brother, you just said that this is Oli's Quantum Show. So because this is his show, if I'm
not at his laptop right now, so I gotta moderate.
Man, I don't give a damn about nobody being on their laptop.
See, that's the issue, bro. And then when we kick niggas like that, niggas say that we rude. Let me fuck up. See, that's the issue, bro. And see, when we kick niggas like that, niggas say we rude. No, you can't come over here just doing whatever you want to do. That don't fly, bro. If Quantum is sitting here telling you he want to stay somewhere within his show, you're not about to come over here and try to drag him all down the street. No, we not doing that. He keep telling you we not doing that. He ain't got the rights right now because he's not on his laptop, so he can't do it. So I'ma do it because I got the keys. So if he keep telling you that we ain't moving forward, we ain't going to the dynasties right now. We ain't going to the dynasties. I don't care what you talking about. Quantum don't care what you talking about. So why do we got to keep telling a grown man that we ain't on that? You ain't bullying nobody, Omar.
Come on, man. Let's get back on.
No, that's not. We getting back on topic, but that needs
show the back with it. Show that banner. Take us off of here and show that banner, please. Maybe he don't understand. I don't think you see this banner says K.M.T.SOPOTAMIA. I'm walking through a path to figure out something, Omar. You can't then come. I don't care what if it is an open panel. I opened the panel because I wanted Humble and Ben Eaton to talk directly about the similarities and differences of Kemet in the United States. And they know what I'm talking about when I say that. If you ain't tuned in, you don't. They know. We'll talk about something specific. Then once we went from there, we stayed I'm trying to figure out who Namar's daddy was, what the kingship before Namar was, all of that. You immediately jumped up here and get to Namar's palette and the unification of something that we don't even know what the fuck was unified. That's why you keep on talking about wars and stuff, and you can't tell me about none of them. What was the process? What was the unification process? We look at the Namar's palette and it kind of tells us the story, but it don't tell us too much. Is there any other information about it? What was these people doing? We not anywhere to dynastic Egypt or Kemet yet. These people are still different individual peoples. That's what I'm trying to figure out. We can't jump, Omar, just because you're trying to find indecencies in the view. We gonna get there. Yes, I can tell you that you ain't going there. I'm not putting you in no box. In fact, I'm telling you, don't get in the box. I told you was flying in circles. You still too dizzy to recognize that. I don't want to talk about nothing that y'all be talking about. If I say, okay, let's go back to this, that means it's not interesting to what I was wanting to do. This is my show. I'm trying to figure something out. And y'all always come in and fuck up my shows by moving it to somewhere that I ain't trying to go yet. We gonna get there. Take your steps. This is why your reasoning is bad. Because you won't take the steps to learn nothing else before that. So you can reason through the inconsistencies and the illegitimate and illogical things that they claim. Like you claiming that Nama is hitting somebody from the South's head when I see a little person and then I see that could be a foreigner. Now, like Cosman said, that could be a foreigner in Africa, but yet and still, when you come in, you immediately jump for that and start saying that somebody had to be killed. That ain't interesting to me. That's not what I'm trying to figure out. So what? You have that when you have debate panels and stuff. That ain't what I'm doing. I told you that. I'm doing the same thing here that I was doing when I finished your show. When I get back to your show, you'll feel the heat again. I asked you a simple question. Do you have any information about, because you can help the process. You can get us to them dynasties that you're talking about. If you could tell us any pre-dynastic history, you can't do that. You know why? Because you can't find any indecencies at that time, because this is when it was pure. Let me finish this up, please. I don't even want to bring you back up because you're telling somebody what you can and can't do on their show. This is the same thing that we had a while ago when we was the other day when you was on your show. I did the same thing for you and told people what they could and couldn't do because this was Omar's show. This is the indecency you like to go in the confusion you like to go when you do your shows. I don't. I want to know something from my show. And it's other people in the crowd who want to know the same things I want to know. Because we do critical thinking. I don't do despicable thinking and worry about what people was doing. I know the indecencies and the inconsistencies of it. But let me get to them so we can be in depth with them. You have to jump through 30 different dynasties to prove your point. Takes away from the power of getting to the point and then getting on that one. Omar, I'm trying to help you reason. I can make you great. All you got to do is slow down. Slow down. We got time. Do you know who that is? Probably not. It's not interesting in your view. Take your time. All right, Humble, put us back up there, man. I'm trying to figure exactly who's still up here with us. Can you make us bigger? Cosmon's still up here. I didn't get to hear everybody's views. Cosmon came up. I don't even know what your concern was because
hey,
you didn't
Brother
get
Quantum,
to say
can
that.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I was just asking, can I share my screen real quick and get into something real quick? I ain't gonna be too long, and I'm gonna pass it right
go
back
ahead,
to
man.
you.
And then we'll go right down from the top. You can skip me and then go to Jay Snake, and we'll get back to
Okay.
this, man.
So this right here gets into what me and Ben Eaton was talking about, right? This is just easy, family. Did slavery and pre-dynastic Kemet was slavery and pre-dynastic Kemet function the same as cattle slavery, right? Servitude and pre-dynastic Kemet, the period before 3100 BCE, covering the barbarian and the Nakata cultures, was not the same as cattle slavery. While forms of forced labor and captivity existed, pre-dynastic societies lacked the economic, legal, and social frameworks that define cattle slavery or chattel slavery. The lack of commercial and legal infrastructures. Chattel slavery required a formal legal system and an open economic market where human beings were legally classified as property. Same thing I was telling Cosmon. Bought, sold, and inherited throughout written contracts. Pre-dynastic Kemet was an era of farming villages evolving into regional chiefdoms. There were no currency systems, written legal codes for property ownership or commercial slave markets. War captives versus chattel slavery. This is what me and Ben, this gets right to the point of me and Ben Eaton conversation. The strongest archaeological evidence for subjugated people in pre-dynastic Kemet and pre-dynastic and pre-dynastic Kemet comes from vital artifacts such as the battlefield palette and Narmer's palette. These artifacts depict bound prisoners of war. I'm going to say it again. These artifacts depict bound prisoners of war captured during conflicts between rival chiefdoms or neighboring regions, which means it goes back when I was saying in the north, these were tribes. They were warring with one another. What did Narmer come and do? All he did was come and settle territory because he had the power to do so. They didn't have the power. They just had tribal power, right? And so listen, captured individuals were taken as spoils of victory or political prisoners, serving as symbols of chief's power. They were incorporated into elite households or state projects rather than traded as commercial goods. This is the key concept right here that I'm speaking about when I say slavery in pre-dynastic Kemet was nothing like chattel slavery in the transatlantic slave trade, right? Let's go. And I don't even need to read the rest of this. I just read the summary. Servitude in pre-dynastic Kemet was based on war, captivity, political dominance, and social obligation. It lacked the legal property statutes, commercial trade market, and generational race-based structures of modern chattel slavery. So, brother, so I'm gonna take this down. Brother Ben Eaton, when I stated that slavery in pre-dynastic Kemet was not the same as chattel slavery here, I'm not trying to soften anything up. I'm trying to put the story in perspective. I land my plane with that, brother Corner. I guess we can go to Ben Eaton for the response, and then we can go to Cosmon, and we'll go around the room like that. Go ahead, brother Ben Eaton.
All right. Hey, humble you. Okay. So when I read to you the definition of chattel slavery, one, first of all, you kind of changed up your response. If you go back, you didn't say it quite like you just said it in your response just now. When I told you, you said ancient Kemet didn't have what is different from chattel slavery today. All I said was ancient Egypt had chattel slavery, and you disagreed because you wasn't sure about what the definition of chattel slavery was. You think that's a strict postmodern phenomenon. Like that's all I said, humble. You said that it didn't have chattel slavery, and I told you it did. So all right, so share my screen real quick. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna do it twice. I'm gonna share my screen twice because I gotta.
Humble, you gotta share it. I can't.
I got you, brother Quantum. I got you.
All right. See my screen?
Yep. Can you blow it up for us? It's kind of low.
Yeah.
Kind of low.
Let me see. How's that?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna just read right here. Obviously, we know what it says. Slavery in ancient Egypt is really this simple. There were 3 types of enslavement in ancient Egypt. Chattel slavery, as now we know the definition, bonded labor, and forced labor. And those are the sources. But I'm about to share my screen again because I'm gonna let you have this one, humble. All right, I'm gonna share my screen again.
I want to keep in mind, family, that we's talking about pre-dynastic Kemet, not Kemet. So yes, while we
didn't specify that, humble.
We did. That's what we talking about. We just wowed Omar out about that. He came up here talking.
But at first we was talking. We when y'all started talking, we did say ancient Kemet.
You just said it was just ancient.
Pre-dynastic. Narmer is considered the pre-dynastic and the first dynastic.
Yes.
So anytime you're around him, you in the right spot.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna just share.
So you go ahead, Ben Eden. You cooking.
No, I can't share my screen. Oh, it won't let me share my
I'm right
screen.
here. I got
You
you.
gotta take that other one down,
He
Benny.
took it down. Oh yeah, but you got it. Yeah, because he ain't got nothing
I
else
did.
up here, so it shouldn't be hard for you to share your screen.
All right, I'm gonna try it one more time. Yeah, no, it's not letting me. I don't know.
Go. Can you share the Can you share the window that it's in?
Yeah, I'm trying to share the entire screen because the window ain't popping up. But it's cool. It's just an article. I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
Okay.
No, but that's it. That's all I was saying. I said ancient Egypt had
And
chapter
so
slaves,
yeah, and
and it
so
was
that hey,
and hold
listen,
on,
if
hold
you
on.
get out the
Last
second
thing.
round, Benny, that could be a topic for us, bro. If you get out the first round, that could be a topic for us.
I guess.
If you get
I
out
mean,
the
I don't know how much of a
Hey,
topic
hey,
it'll be,
hey,
humble, because
Cosmo, our debate is already decided. Your creator already told you what the result was, and he told you
yeah,
I'm the
that
one.
you a loser.
Yeah, he showed you I
So
was
So
the
you
one.
yeah,
do
He
believe
already
in the
started.
creator, humble. So you do believe in the
No,
creator.
I said his creator told him what the
yeah,
result was, and it told
yeah.
him that I won.
He know he real. He know his kids pray to somebody.
In your mind, the creator is
Yeah,
real.
your kids pray to something real. They go, "Has I named me down your sleep? I pray to know my soul." Yeah, they go there, they pray.
I don't
Uh-huh.
know about that
Your
now.
mama taught you that.
Hey, listen.
Yeah. Stop capping. You dig what I'm talking about? These. Listen. What I just wanted to say, y'all, is you dig what I'm saying. I ain't got no dog in this fight. Yeah, I said what I had to say about Kim, and I feel how I feel about Kim. You dig what I'm saying? It's no different than any other colonial power. You know what I mean? It's oppression, war. You know what I mean, and all type of other stuff that go along with being a colonizer. These ones just had brown skin and they knew how to build pyramids. Right? No less brutal. Right? So while there is things that you can take from it and make you if you can glean any truth from it, you dig what I'm talking about? It's some things you can hold on to that make you a better you, then so be it. But let's not gloss over all that Egypt was, right? And all of it wasn't pretty pixies and swirly doodles. You dig what I'm talking about? It was very brutal, right? So you know what I mean? Let's take these rose-colored glasses off as if they weren't imperialist as and colonistic as any other ancient superpower.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm with you, Cosmon, and that's why I'm doing um this whole investigation and examination. Because we're gonna find out the pros and the cons of not just Kemet, but of Mesopotamia too, and that whole uh all of the little religions that came up out of there. Because really
Man, it's
I'm trying to see, you know what I'm saying? When you look at that part, you see a push southward and then outward to the coast where the slave trade or um what they called it, the exportation, um
yeah, the Sahel.
embarkments, yeah. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? So I see like a little, it had to be, and if all of these people like you be making clear that everybody know, humble do too. I think we all do. You know what I'm saying? Like these are still African people on the African continent. So
Yeah.
they're individual peoples, but they still on this African continent. So I
Hmm.
think that,
Mhm.
and the problems start coming when we think these people was doing something and these people was mixing, or these people wasn't mixing with these people. These
Hmm.
people stayed individual because they was doing this or wasn't doing that. These people are no longer individual because they, you know what I'm saying? But we know that these people are steady mixing. When they throwing them together, they mixing. When they come and cross, when they selling to each other, when they have an idea, when they bringing furs and they trading corn and all of that, they trading some people ain't going back to the place that they came from. They might stay there and like it for a little bit. Have babies, stay
Mhm.
there 2 generations
And
till grandkids come.
but nobody ever takes into account climate. What if they're migrating to save their lives?
I said that
What if
earlier.
listen, this is broken down. I've been broke this down years ago. What if they're running from droughts? Right? The same what people don't understand is around 3,200 to 32 down to 3,000, right? In that tropical region or that Middle Eastern region in a band. You dig what I'm saying? There was some of the worst droughts to ever happen. But if you go a little north of that, just a little north of that, you had some of the greatest freezings that happened at that same time. And in around 3150 to 3200 BC, this is where we find your man Otzi. The Otzi man, the frozen man, he got flash frozen. So dealing with the earth, you dig what I'm talking about? We got to kind of take that into a balance, and she don't work in our time, right? Cataclysms and things don't happen, can happen for long times, but they happen instantly also.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't stop. You dig what I'm saying? So the same atmospheric incident that caused the Great Freezing to freeze Otzi, roughly 3,200, 3,100 BC, which would have caused these people to move, right? Caused droughts in the south. That is forcing the people to move east to west. And this would account for the Neolithic migration. This would account for why so much Mesopotamian material is in Egypt, right? This would account for why the earliest ruling style is that of the Lugal of the Sumerian and later Akkadian cultures, right? Before the white crown, before the red crown, you had the shepherd kings. You dig what I'm saying? But that wouldn't show. That would just show more that it's an infusion of people who are mixing in with people who would have been there. And what if primarily these people are moving? This would be the first time. Whatever happened to the great civilization of Kushan, which they now call Harappa? Where did they go? They say they came from the east and settled in what we would now call Nubia. Why couldn't somebody else do that? What if it's just older than modern European-based Egyptology allows you to believe? Right? What if it's older? You know what I mean? I don't think we ever take that into account. But this thing was talked about. This event was talked about. These droughts were talked about. And the migrations of the people, we see the genetic drift into Egypt. Not that they're not Africans, they just Africans under a different social structure. Mm-hmm. They would be Sumerian or Southern Mesopotamian, most likely Persian. You dig what I'm saying? So we gotta kind of, I think.
Hey, I'm gonna share my screen.
Go ahead, brother.
What's that, homie?
Kushite, what is it? Kushite pioneers of war, prisoners of war, over by Egyptians. So these are, so you showing the same thing that Omar was talking about.
So these are captives, right?
Yes.
Okay. And much of them will probably become slaves, right?
Right, but if they are captives of war, more than likely they're going to be put in the military or they're going to be doing some type of labor work. Yeah,
enslaved.
But a good amount of them, yeah, I mean, they're enslaved.
But
It's
this is
like
important to look at. Hold on one second. This is important to look at
Yeah, go
because
ahead,
this is what this is depicting a the relationship between Kemet and Cush, or Egypt and Cush, or Nubia, right? As Brother Omar was up here trying to say earlier, when you look at the relationship between Nubia and Egypt, or Kemet and Cush, they had a sister relationship. On an anthropological level, we can see a more of a parental relationship in how we gradually get Kemet. But far as their interactions, they had more of a sister relationship. Just as much as we can see them going to war in history, we can also see them helping one another in history. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I mean by looking at what I was explaining to Omar about looking at this from an objectification lens and not trying to put um an emotional attachment on it. You see what I'm
No, I
saying?
got
We
I got you, humble. But this is forced labor, though, right? I just wanted us to be on the same page. This is forced labor, right? We agree on that.
yeah, I wouldn't, yeah.
All right, cool. That's all.
But they're
Listen,
prisoners, but I think the difference here is these are prisoners of war.
yeah, they
These are
just
not just
captive.
people that they just went and just took and then captured
No,
up and put
no,
them in
that's what
that
chains.
is
prisoners of
exactly
war.
what happened.
No, that's exactly what prisoner of
That's
war
exactly
means,
what
humble.
happened. That's exactly
Prisoners
what
of
prisoner of war
no,
is.
Humble,
no.
hold on, hold on,
Prisoners
hold on,
of
humble, hold
war.
on. Let me do it. Let me
Go
do it
ahead.
like this. Let me do it like this. Prisoners of war consist of more than just soldiers, captive
Mm,
soldiers.
Yes.
It is more. It is civilians, brother. It
mm,
No,
all
I
it's
agree
all
with
it's
that.
all
What I'm
accumulated
saying
in
is,
prisoners of war. So
but what
when you say, because when you say prisoners of war, you kind of lead the audience to just assume that it's talking about like they just fighting. No, they
right,
went in there and they captured innocent people
right.
and drug them off into slavery. I just want to know that, are we on the same page about that?
we are on the same
All right,
page
cool.
about
Then we
that.
then
What
we
I'm
good, brother.
saying is, hold on one
Exactly.
second, because I think now where me and you are missing the crossroads, or where we're missing each other, is I look at prisoners of war different than I look at chattel slavery. Those two types of slavery, while we can agree that they're both slavery, they're different types. And so
No,
we can't
it's not
equate
humble.
prisoners of war slavery to chattel slavery, because they're not the same. Just like we was talking about slavery in pre-dynastic Kemet compared to slavery in America, we can't compare them because they're not the same.
Humble.
That's
What is the
all I'm saying.
definition? What is the definition of chattel slavery again? Let's do this
We just
again.
went over the definition of chattel slavery.
All right, hold on,
When
hold
you're
on.
treating
I'm still
a
on the same
person
page.
or a human being like property.
All right, let's do it like this. Okay.
Mm,
Okay. All right.
mm,
As a social institution,
Mm-hmm.
which it is, we know that it is a
Mm-hmm.
social institution. Chattel slavery classes slaves as chattels, personal property.
mm.
Mm-hmm.
That is that simple. Is that simple? Owned by the enslaver like livestock. They can be
That's the
brought.
part that you're
Hold
trying to
on,
do.
stop. Hold on, because it's a continuation of the sentence. It's saying
Uh-huh.
like livestock, they can be brought and sold at will. That
Yeah.
is chattel slavery defined historically, brother. And listen, let's go. Let's keep going down. What does it say right here? What does it say right here? Practice in places such as ancient Greece and Roman empires, considered a keystone of society. It's an
Mm-hmm.
ancient practice, bro. It's an ancient practice. That's
But
just what
it
it is.
wasn't in practice in ancient and pre-dynastic Kemet. This is why right there where you
See, now
said
you
where
saying that.
humans,
All right.
and because that's what we were talking about. I was under the assumption that's what we were talking about. And
Okay,
so
maybe,
even
but
go
he just told you. You said y'all was talking about ancient Egypt as a whole. So maybe we are at odds at that point. Maybe that's where we're missing each other.
Yeah, because I'm speaking about pre-dynastic Kemet. Now, did slavery evolve over time? Absolutely, we can't argue about that. I wouldn't disagree about that. What you've been eating, that would be asinine, right? But pre-dynastic Kemet, that's why I equated pre-dynastic Kemet with America to show the differences in the styles of slavery. I wouldn't say that ancient places, even before you showed me what you showed me, I would never say that ancient places didn't have similar slavery to shadow slavery over here in America. I wouldn't say that, but that's why I was strictly sticking to pre-dynastic Kemet. So we wouldn't see those two slaveries as the same. Now, when you're talking about the relationship between the Egyptians and the Kushite people later on in history, we can't say prisoners of war are all warriors or army men and things of that nature. Absolutely not, right? However, prisoners of war, and this is where I think me and you would miss each other as well. Prisoners of war slavery is a different process. Prisoners of war is a different slavery process than a chattel slavery process. And I think that's also what I was trying to explain. You see what I'm saying? So when you show me prisoners of war, I won't deny to you that, okay, they are slaves in some sort of fashion. I won't deny that. But what I will say is the process was different. And that's what I was explaining.
What do you mean by process, Amo? Because that's textbook
So,
chattel slavery. Prisoners of war is textbook chattel slavery.
right.
So what
And
do you mean by
so
process?
when I'm talking about process, when the process is different, when we're dealing with pre-dynastic Kemet and we're dealing with prisoners of war, even in Kemet, when we're dealing with prisoners of war, right? We are dealing with the remain of the alive stock of people after a battle. This is what I was going into Omar with, right? Two sides face off. One side conquer the other and take their people, all alive people, back to where they're going to do, and they get them to work within a society. That's prisoners of war, right? Chattel slavery includes me coming over there to you, forcefully taking your people either through diplomatic oppression or through the trade market, and then sending those people to do forced labor in the fields, and now they're being treated less than human. They don't have human. Those are two different processes.
Share my screen, Humble.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, brother.
Uh-huh. I am not, and I want you to understand, Brother Benny, and I'm not when we dealing with slavery and the way that slavery looked in certain dynasties of Kemet, I'm not disagreeing with you there. I want you to understand that, okay?
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Okay, so let me just read. This is just quick. In antiquity, prisoners of war were routinely converted into chattel slavery as a standard alternative to mass execution. It's the same thing, Humble. That's what I'm saying. Prisoners of war and chattel slavery. That's chattel slavery. That's what I'm saying. Textbook, by the definition of chattel slavery, prisoners of war fit into that category.
Hey, that could be a debate topic for us, bro. That could be another good debate topic for us.
Okay.
Because I would take it, and I'm gonna land it, and then we're gonna go back around a panel. Because I would say, while prisoners of war encapsulate certain elements of chattel slavery, it is not the same as chattel slavery, and that would be my viewpoint on it. But Brother Muhammad, are you there? Hey, Brother Ben Eaton, man, good chopping it up with you too, Brody. Great work, bro. Great.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Humble, that might actually be a good debate topic. So hold on. Are you saying that Egyptians didn't chattel Kushites? Like Kush, they weren't chattel, like chattel slavery. That wasn't so. Egypt didn't have chattel slavery. They didn't.
No, I wouldn't never say Egypt ever got to a point where they didn't have chattel slavery. No.
Now, did they chattel?
What I was saying was prisoner of war slavery is different than chattel slavery. That's
No,
my argument.
I got you. Okay, so hold on. Follow me right now.
Mm-hmm.
So what we seen in the picture described prisoners of war, and they were Cushites,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm saying that prisoners of war is chattel slavery in that context. You're saying no.
Right.
That's what you're
And
saying.
I'm saying while they have aspects, while you can see certain aspects of chattel slavery, it's not the same as chattel slavery because the
Yeah, see,
process
that's
is
where I
different.
fundamentally disagree.
Right, right. That's why I said that'd be a great debate topic, bro.
Yeah, but be
What
specific though,
is the
humble.
just
Say
so I'm
Cushites though. Let's be specific.
Okay, we
So
could talk
they
trying to
about
confuse.
strictly the relationships between Kemet and the Cushites. Yeah.
so Egypt didn't chattel Cushites.
What
You said they didn't chattel Cushites.
Yeah,
Um,
as slaves. Remember,
no, I
remember what
wouldn't.
chattel
I
slavery
wouldn't.
means. It's a systematic.
Right. I wouldn't
It's the
make that. I
institution.
wouldn't make that. I wouldn't make that argument later on because you got to remember their relationship is a long-standing relationship. So later
Okay.
on, we most definitely um we'll be able to see more and more aspects of that as the region got more complex. So again, I wouldn't argue that over time in Egypt, as Egypt started developing more and more, we wouldn't know where to see chattel slavery. What I'm saying to you is, well, my first claim started off was pre-dynastic Kemet slavery or servitude was different than America's. And then that transitioned to my other claim, which is when we're seeing prisoners of war, right? Like the scene you just showed me, right? That process is different than the process of chattel slavery. While prisoners of war, right? While that form or that process of slavery have aspects of chattel slavery, it is not the same as chattel slavery. Those are my 2 points.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, humble. You know what? I think I actually do understand what you're saying. Okay. I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. If what you're saying is like chattel slavery would be like the intent to capture slaves, but then I don't know then, humble, because wouldn't the intent would be to capture slaves as well if you're doing like a military raid?
hmm.
So that would be chattel. I mean, prisoners of war in that context would be chattel slave.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why it would have.
ain't one of the points of war to make slaves?
Yeah, I
So I
mean,
think the difference. I think the major aspect that we leave out when we're dealing with chattel slavery is the fact that in chattel slavery, you are selling, buying, and owning the slaves, right?
mhm,
So there's a whole process of economic market going on behind that. With
Yeah,
prisoners of war,
that's the
you
thing.
are taking the slaves and you're incorporating them into your economics, into your environment,
the
right?
same
So
But
a
as
thing.
lot of
slaves,
go
as
ahead.
slaves, humble.
As slaves, yeah, workers
Right, but
for
they're
free.
not being, but there's
That's
no
the same thing,
economic.
humble. That's the same
No, no,
thing.
that's not the
Yeah, it's
same
the
thing
same
because
thing.
there's no, hold on one second, because there's no economic or social status
Yes, it is.
trade-off there,
Yeah, it
right? So
is.
I'm not taking a
Absolutely is.
slave and then going to go trade this slave as
Humble,
property
You
for
yo,
don't
other
have
humble,
You
countries.
to.
are
You
yo,
humble.
don't have
yo,
to
humble.
trade them.
No, 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 no,
You
Can I,
don't
no.
hey,
have to
humble,
trade them
can I
to
speak
be
when
Wait,
y'all
wait,
brothers
chattel.
y'all.
done?
Hold on. Yes, you are humble because prisoners of war are captive goods. They don't
Yes,
stay prisoners of war, humble. They become integrated into the society, yes,
as
but
workers
as
and slaves.
slaves, and textbook slaves, brother.
Right. They
It's
use
not
them
that. It's not.
as
It's not that deep.
tribute payments and all kinds of shit to other kings.
Like they're gonna be in debt. They're gonna be indebted to whichever master. They
Right,
can
and
be
I
brought and
see, and
sold.
that's why I understand where you coming from too, Benny, because I see where you're looking at the aspects of chattel slavery onto the prisoners of war. I see how you're looking. That's why I say, wow, yeah, you can see the
Is it?
aspects, but they're not the same.
Can
You
I
see what I'm saying?
ask y'all brothers a question? Um, when the process to becoming chattel, right, or a prisoner of war, is the process to becoming them different?
I think that's for you, Humble.
I think it depends on the slave master.
I'm just saying, it's the process to becoming chattel and the process to becoming a prisoner of war the same. Like
Not necessarily so, but it could be. But in general,
I mean,
no, I don't think so.
you'll become chattel after your prison. In
after
order to be
you're a
a
prisoner
prisoner
of
of
war.
war, you have to survive the war, right?
Right.
And to get captured with the intent to be sold, brought and sold. That is chattel.
And used. You don't even have to be sold. You can just be
Yeah,
used.
like that's
You're
what it is.
chattel. Yeah. So prisoners of war become chattel, is basically.
Can I speak real quick, brothers?
You're asking the wrong question.
Yeah.
I apologize. No, this is the question that Cosmon just asked. How I'm asking the wrong question.
Yeah,
Hey, yo,
yeah.
I didn't say that.
Hold on,
Hold
it's
on a second.
Omar.
Let me read it. Let me read it. Hold on, Omar. Hold on, Omar. Let me read
That
it.
ain't what I said, though.
Humble.
Just being real, that's not what I said.
Here's what you just said, bro. Get out of
Do
here.
everybody
Does
everybody agree that that's what I said?
You just said.
Hey, hold on one second, Omar. Hold on. Does everybody else agree with Humble that that's what I said?
I'm saying he's asking the wrong
yes.
question.
Hold on, because what Brother Omar is gonna say is gonna shock y'all. So, while y'all brothers was talking, I was looking up Humble's point of view, and you know, Brother Omar stands on his square and his business. Yo, I do admit, Brother Humble did make a cut, and this is why. When you go into channel slavery, actively monitors its supply chain to prevent modern slavery, forced labor, and human trafficking. So I'm not gonna say it's hard. So the thing is, I give a brother for making a good argument, and like that's why I told Humble I wanted the floor, and I knew what Omar was gonna say was gonna shock everybody. I actually agree with Humble. I do. So let's hop into why Omar agrees with Humble. He posed a question. Is a prisoner of war considered chattel slavery? A prisoner of war is not automatically considered a chattel slave. Though historically captured combatants were frequently reduced to chattel slavery. Yo, I do got to keep it a buck. I do have to keep it a buck. I actually agree with Humble on this point. And I think Humble was adequate and very accurate. Accurate on this point. Humble, that was a dart, brother. You see how Brother Omar, hold on, Humble. Don't hold on. Don't call me biased. Because but hold on. And this is why, Humble. When you put me in the back and y'all was talking, everything that you said, I looked it up. Everything that the brother Kazi and the other brothers are saying, I was looking it up. And then I said, damn, man, this brother Humble is actually correct. That's what I did, brother. So my point being, and I do want to keep it respectful, Humble, I love you. And guess what? If you wrong, you wrong. And if you're right, you're right. When Brother Omar is wrong and when Brother Omar is right. But this is an excellent conversation, but I do got to tip my hat off to the brother Humble. I do agree with Humble. I got a question for you, Humble. I'll mute out. I agree with you, Humble. You were precise and very accurate on the channel slavery thing. So my hat off to you, brother Humble. But don't ever call me biased, brother.
Hey, Humble. Let me ask you a question. How did Europeans capture and enslave Africans? Like, who? How do they get slaves?
How did they get slaves?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna give an example here with the answer to this question because I was talking to Quan about it earlier in the show. One of the ways Europeans got slaves was from Africans enslaving other Africans. For
Hold on. Stop
one
there.
example is the
Hold
Dahomey
on. Hold on.
tribe.
Stop right there, humble. I got you. I'm with you. I don't even need the backdrop.
Mhm.
Right. 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 Capturing other tribes. Right.
Mhm.
That's what we call prisoners of war. Right.
Mm.
Yes, and in that format, yeah.
Right. They're prisoners of war. Right. They are also chattel slaves. Right. Because they are going to be brought and sold. You have no
Well,
problem
that's
saying that, right?
but that's
Because
later. No, no,
that's
no, no, absolutely not. Because that's exactly
humble.
what Brother Omar was just talking about. When a prisoner of war is reduced to chattel slavery, you can capture a prisoner of war that makes him a prisoner of war. But then the moment you sell him, right, that makes it chattel slavery. So that means that prisoner of war was reduced to chattel slavery. That's exactly what Brother Omar was just talking about.
Do you have to sell him? Question. Do you have to sell him to become chattel?
Yes, because that's what separates. That's why the processes are different. With prisoners of war, oftentimes, like I said before, they're often integrated back into the society. They're often put into the military, or they're made housemaids, or whatever they're useful for back into the society. But the moment you sell them as property, or as less than, or as cattle, that becomes chattel slavery.
Humble
Oh,
is a slave free.
mm.
Is a slave
What
free?
right? What is a slave, humble? Because now we're getting stuck on fundamental. What
Right.
is a slave?
A slave is a bonded person.
Humble, is a slave autonomous? Like, can it live its life according on its own will?
That's why I said a slave was a bonded person. The word bonded lets you know that a slave is not autonomous.
Slaves aren't free though, right?
That's
Slaves
why
aren't
they're
free.
bonded people, because they're not free.
Humble, are slaves free or not?
No, that's why they're bonded people, because they're not
All right
free.
then.
Hey,
All
dang.
right then. All right then. Are prisoners of war free? Like, can they leave on it? Are they autonomous?
No, they're also bonded people.
Humble, it's the same thing. Like, I
But the
know you want to
process
get
is
struck
different.
into the
I'm
technical, but
not, I'm not,
it's
and I
fundamentally
said this
the
earlier,
same
Ben Eaton,
thing.
real fast. I
They are
said this
still
earlier, Ben
slaves.
Eaton. I'm not debating, or I don't even want to say debate. Let me use another word. I'm not having contention with you over the fact that both of these processes are a form of slavery. We agree there. Where we disagree is both of these forms of slavery are done by different processes.
I got you, brother.
Quantum, where you at, bro? Where you at, Quantum?
I'm right here. I'm right here, man. I was just listening to y'all. My bad.
Yo, humble. Do you mind if I elaborate a little bit more?
I let me go real quick, Omar. Then you got it. I'm just gonna say that I see both y'all points. For me, is I think what y'all missing uh is the function of
Yeah.
what's going on in both these processes.
Yeah.
Humble, I don't too much um agree that somebody got to be slow to be chattel slavery. It's what you're doing with the people. I
Mm-hmm.
think I think what you disagreeing on what is American chattel slavery had more components than um what should I
African
say?
chattel
African,
slavery.
just say
No, no, no.
African. Yeah, okay.
I want to make it clear. I'm not disagreeing that the dynamics of American slavery is different than. I mean, it's the same as. It's different than ancient slave. there's obvious differences in its
Yeah, they're
dynamic.
one
But
is
I'm
Egyptian, one
I'm
is
saying that it's
American. They're
fundamental,
different,
right?
but they're the
There's
same.
fundamental
And
points. There are
yeah,
fundamental points, and all I'm saying is, Kemet, right? Egypt had chattel slavery, had
yeah,
prisoners of war
That's what I
who
thought
were
she was saying.
who were routinely chattel slaves. We
yeah.
already read that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So for
I
the most
wouldn't
part,
disagree with.
a prisoner of war is a, to me, it doesn't matter because even if they enter into society, they are still slaves. They
Slave.
still slaves, humble. They're not free to do as they will. They have to be supervised
Right.
as an individual. You're always a slave. And
Put the work.
how you became a slave is through being captured and sold.
Yeah.
Right.
A
I
lot of the
mean
times.
it's
Sometimes you could
fundamentally
be
the same thing.
born into it.
Yeah, and born into it, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's fundamentally the same thing to me. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the point of contention what you guys are really arguing is the treatment of them, the difference
Mm-hmm.
of
Yep.
the treatment.
Forced slavery.
Right. And that was my point. And that's why I said before I see where Ben Eaton coming from, because we can see aspects of shadow slavery in the prisoners of war. But I think what's important to understand, like Quantum, Omar, Jay was talking about, was the functions and the processes. You see what I'm saying? That's why I kept saying, like, I don't disagree with Ben Eaton when he said, well, Egypt has shadow slavery. Yes, of course, yeah.
Hey, Humble,
Right?
can I ask one last question?
Yes, sir.
What's the difference in the processes? Can you tell me?
That's what I was
The
asking.
difference in the process
That's what I was asking.
is the difference in the process is one is that that's why I pulled up what I pulled up. Hold on one second. Let me pull it back up.
Because I don't think they comparing the proper timelines. I think it's kind of anachronistic. You dig what I'm saying? They're comparing, and we understand that they're not exactly the same. They're thousands of years apart, different social structures, all that. But nonetheless, the function, right, is exactly the same. So even a POW, right? Well, today, how a POW is treated is not the same how a POW was treated then, right? So we can agree with that. A POW then, for the most part, was put to work for the social construct of Egypt at that time. Any
Yeah.
combatants.
Cause I think I'm with
I
you.
can read this
My
really
question.
fast.
No, let me just flat
Yeah.
out say my question. My question is, what is the fundamental difference in its function of how they will retrieve slaves?
Right.
There is
More
none.
specific.
So,
Right, cause that's more specific. There you go.
It's
and
war, capture, debt, or birth.
so here's the thing. Let me read this real fast, fam. Let me read this real fast. So, while both, like I said, been eaten, I don't disagree that both of these can be considered slavery. Like I said, the processes are fundamentally different, right? Prisoners of war consider lawful combatants captured during armed conflicts. That's important, family. Protected by internal or international law, right? So prisoners of wars are protected by international law.
See,
The
that's what
Geneva
I'm saying right there. They're being
Convention,
anachronistic. There is no
right?
international
Yeah.
law.
Hold on, Humble.
Hold
Uh,
on.
You gotta ask the
Egypt.
question right, Humble. You gotta
Yeah.
ask the question
All
right.
right, what we
Yep.
asking now? Y'all moving the goalposts. What we asking now? What
No,
we asking?
fam.
It's
Just
the
be.
same question. Just say in antiquity, brother. It's a
Yeah.
difference.
In antiquity,
Yeah.
Yes, bro. Not now. They're talking about now, or like within the relative postmodern period.
Yeah. Like the
Humble,
Geneva
yo,
Convention and all that stuff. They putting what
can I
like the
respond, y'all?
POW
what's the
is
difference
during the Geneva
between
Convention.
chattel slavery and
Humble,
prisoners of
humble.
war and
Can,
antiquity?
can I answer
you
that question,
explain
Humble?
the processes for me as well?
Humble, this Omar. Can I answer that question?
Mm-hmm.
Good looking out, brother. So this is all I want to do. I don't want to agree or disagree with anybody. All I want to do is read the information. This is all I want to do. So a prisoner of war is not automatically considered a chattel slave, though historically captured combatants were frequently reduced to chattel slavery. Let's break it down.
Yeah, we
Ancient
got that,
and
Omar.
primitive Ancient, hold on. I didn't read this though. Ancient and primitive warfare. In many ancient societies, enemy soldiers captured in battle were viewed as absolute property, loot, or human spoils of war.
That's what he read.
They could be bought, sold, or forced into permanent unpaid labor. In these instances, the prisoner of war status directly overlap with chattel slavery.
Told you.
I got one more jewel for y'all. I got one more jewel. Chattel slavery. That's a good point, Kazi. Let me finish. Chattel slavery is a typo or mishearing for chattel slavery, which means a system. This is important. A system where human beings are owned as personal property that can be bought, sold, and forced to work for life. And I'll land there.
Ollie's always right.
All right, so
please don't fluff it.
All right, so this go back. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? So this go back to what I was saying, right? And I put in antiquity in here this time, right? And again, it's still not the same, right? With chattel slavery, still deals with acquisition, dehumanization, and labor extraction, while prisoners of war, right, deals with ransom, integration, execution, or sacrifice. It only turns in or conversion to chattel slavery, right, the moment the combatants, the status of the combatants, turned to permanent property. All combatants were not permanent property, even in antiquity. This is why there's a difference. Antiquity is not a social institution like slavery, right? But rather a historical epoch. It says specifically in the ancient period, it spans and rise of the earliest written civilizations around 3000 BCE, with Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt up to the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE, roughly 400 CE, right? It's the process, state formation, right? Oh, let's talk. So we're talking about chattel slavery and prisoners of war, right? So it's the difference, the main difference and function of these two, right? The nature, the economic, social institution, purchase, birth, or permanent capture, right? This is chattel slavery, right? Now, prisoners of war, military status, battlefield capture during armed conflict, right? So these are two different types of captures, right? Legal and social status, permanent property with no legal right, captive combatants, right, subject to ransom, execution, or enslavement.
Now, can I ask you a question? During these military campaigns, right, and these POWs, are there POWs who don't fight?
Are there POWs that don't fight? Yes, that's why they are heavily institutionalized into the system.
So they're made chattel.
No. They are put into the system
as slaves.
Yes.
Not always.
Yeah.
Right? This is why. No.
What would they be? What would they be, Humble?
You said, what would they be?
What would they be?
Highly skilled, desperate states sometimes absorb into captured soldiers into their own armies. So sometimes you can catch prisoners. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Sometimes you can catch prisoners of war and they're highly skilled laborers, or they're decorated soldiers.
Yeah, they're going down there to steal them on purpose.
Hold on. So you would use them into the advantage of your own and into your own civilization. You
as a
wouldn't
slave.
just sell them off as slaves. You wouldn't just kill them.
Yeah,
And
you would
they are
enslave them.
prisoners of war. Hold on.
You would just
There
make them
are
chattel.
hold on. There are prisoners of war that have highly decorated skill and are
Mm-hmm.
put to work.
Mm-hmm.
As
As
slaves.
slaves.
I don't get how
And
we
I
don't
don't
understand.
disagree, and that's why I keep telling Big E, and I do not disagree with we can call the process is different, is what I'm talking about, and
Okay,
that's what
okay,
he's
hold on. Right,
disagree.
that's my
And
question though, Humble. That's actually my question. I said the process of retaining slaves. What is the difference from American slavery and ancient slavery? I'm talking about the process of retaining slaves. It's the same.
one,
Do
no,
you
no, no,
disagree?
no. The
I'm
process
talking
of
about
retaining
how do they get
slaves,
slaves? How do they get them?
okay, by purchase. One is done by purchase,
Mm-hmm.
birth, or permanent capture. The other
Mm-hmm.
is
How
done
do they
by
get them to purchase
battlefield.
them?
Hold on. The other is done by battlefield capture during armed conflict. Those are two different processes.
Humble. How do they get them to purchase them? Like how do someone purchase them from who? How did that person become a slave? Is my question.
They got captured.
Mm.
Okay, right. So what
Right.
is the
The
difference
war.
One
from
is captured. Hold on. Okay, so the difference
slavery
is
and hold
one
on? What
is
is the difference?
captured during a battle. The
It's
other is not captured during a battle.
yes, it is. Okay, how was it captured? How was he captured? Did he
He's
just walk in
purchased.
there? He's purchased. He's purchased. Humble. From who? Who is he purchased from? A
He's
slave owner.
purchased
How
from
did the
Right.
slave owner
Slave.
get the
Slave
slave?
owner.
he's purchased. A slave owner can get a slave in a myriad of different ways.
Okay,
Yeah, all
give me
these
more.
ways.
You
All
see
the
what I'm saying?
ways you showing, he
So
can get them
wow,
in those
so
ways.
wow,
How
hold
did
on one
Egypt get
second.
slaves? No, be specific. How did Egypt get slaves, Humble?
How did Egypt get slaves?
Yeah.
Yes. And what's the
Egypt,
difference from
what
how
time period you're
American
talking about?
Europeans got slaves? What's the
Oh,
difference?
how Europeans got slaves?
What's the difference of
They
how
brought the
Europeans
slaves.
got slaves versus how Egyptians got slaves?
Europeans brought their slaves.
How do
Um,
who they buy them from, Humble?
they bought
Mm.
them from other people who were
From slave
capturing slaves for
owners.
chattel slavery.
From slave owners. How did slave
Yeah,
owners get slaves? Through
Mm.
raids, through
Mm.
pillage, right? That's how they got slaves. Through force. That's how they got
Mm-hmm.
slaves, right?
a
It's
raid,
no
and that's
different.
what and that's
Yeah,
what
through
I feel
force.
like, right, and so that's where I feel like we are
That's why you don't
again
like
missing
this
each other.
image, Humble.
Hold on one
Or
second,
share my
Big E. I think
all right, share
again
my
that's
screen.
where we're missing each other, right? When two people go to war and the person take the spoils from the war, that's different than a raid. If I'm raiding your village, that's not a war going on. That's a takeover. That's a raid. But if
Humble.
me
Yeah,
and
that
you are
should be
on a
just a
battlefield,
battlefield. But that don't mean that it's not a one-sided war either. It don't mean
Humble.
that you're just not attacking me.
Humble. Raids are a part of war. What are we doing, man?
War, right?
What are we doing? Humble, do you know?
so now we're
Listen for
gonna
a second.
sit here
No,
and act
listen for a
like,
second, because you need to like
Raids are part of
listen
war.
for
Come on,
one
bro.
second, brother.
bro.
Listen. Let's I'm gonna give you a hypothetical, right? Let's say we invade a region, right? We take the capital, we do everything. Do you know what happens after we do that? Because after the capital's gone, that's it. That's the administration, that's the government. We know. What do you think soldiers do to the rest of the surrounding areas? They raid them. That's a part of war. What are you talking about, homie?
A war, a battle, and a raid are, and this is why I be had even when we go to science, right? And I see we do this a lot in everyday language, right? We conflate words. A battle and a raid are not the same thing. Yes, they're interlocked. They're interconnected. Yes, but they're not the same thing.
You
A
said war, brother.
battle
Stop
is when
changing. You said
two
war.
opposing sides are facing off on one another.
He said,
A
You said
raid
war.
is a surprise attack, right? It's
and
when I am attacking you off guard. That's a raid.
can you
Right?
raid in a war?
We can't call timeout. That's like calling a sucker punch a boxing match.
Humble, you
right?
said
Dang,
war.
he sucker punched him and knocked him out, man. That was a bad boxing match right there. Those are different things. They both deals with punching, yes, but a sneak attack and a boxing match are two different events. We cannot keep conflating these things. I get what you're saying, Ben Ian. My issue is with you is you're conflating. I do, but you're conflating the different you just asked, what are the different processes between being captured in chattel slavery and captured as a prisoner of war?
You ain't even asked. Never mind.
I'm past that. I'm past that, Humble. You don't even know what I asked.
We just not just see now y'all making me feel crazy, bro. What's the difference between chattel slavery and the prisoners of war in antiquity? You just asked me to look that up, bro.
Yes,
so
Humble.
listen,
I just asked you a whole different question after this, bro. We passed. You put this up here, and I asked you, what is the you said it's a difference in function. Now I say I give you that, okay? So describe to me the difference in how slaves are become slaves, Humble, because this is going to end this whole little AI thing that you got going on.
Exactly, and they and you do not, and all slaves don't become slaves the same way. That's the point I'm making to you. So just because and me, Omar,
all slaves become slaves through force.
Do all slaves become no?
Okay.
We just set up here and read how a slave can be turned, and how a prisoner of war can be turned into chattel slavery.
You know what? You're right, Humble. Stop. I need to stop. I need to be specific.
Yeah.
Did all slaves in Egypt, were they slaves through force? Now I won't say all, but I'm saying like the majority of slaves in Egypt, are they slaves through through force?
Yes.
Okay. Just like European slave was through force, right? We got you. Okay. So how did Egyptians get slaves?
They were. What do you mean? They captured them. I don't. Like, are you asking? Are you trying to look for a different? Are you trying to say that the ancient Egyptians got slaves through chattel slavery?
No, you're saying that there are functions that are different, and I'm asking you, is there a function that is different from American slave that ways against slave and ancient Egyptian ways against slaves? No, it's no difference. That's the point.
There's different. I feel like right, and that's where you're. That's what you're being too general with it, right? There's no difference because they're both being forced. Okay, the difference, and that's why I keep saying I agree with you there. The difference is hold on. The difference is the functioning of the capturing. We understand in both scenarios, capturing happens. Yes, nobody's disagreeing there. What we're disagreeing with is the function of the capturing happen, right? One happens on a battlefield. The other, right, happens through being bought, right? Being born into chattel slavery, right? Or as me and you talked about earlier, raids, right? From other tribal clans.
That is
but raids, hold on. No, it's not. Raids and a battle are not the same thing.
But
yes, do they both
capture a person in a raid or a battle? It doesn't matter.
Nobody's arguing over capturing though.
That's what we are. That's what he's asking.
No, we're not. We're arguing over the function of how they got captured.
It's the same way, Humble.
There's no different function. It's the same way,
bro. What's going on here?
Listen, the same way you become a a slave, right? You come through the same process. It's the same thing. How you keep one, too. You can be born one. You can buy a slave who was captured, right? A POW, right? Or you could buy a slave that was owned from somebody else who captured it. But you getting them the same way you getting them in ancient Egypt. They getting them in colonial America. It's by force. It's by conquer.
Humble is by killing their family members and taking the children.
Yeah,
man. So a battle. Hold on 1 second, family. Hold on. Let me explain to y'all what I'm saying. No, a battle and a raid are not the same thing. While both involve armed conflicts, like I said earlier, and violence, they differ significantly in the scale, purpose, strategy, and duration. Here's
Humble,
the
who said
breakdown
that
of
though?
the differences. A
Who said that
battle.
Nobody's
though?
arguing that.
Nobody argued that. Humble.
Nobody
Yes,
even
y'all
argued
are
that.
arguing that.
No,
Come
you
on
said
now.
No.
war.
And now ask your AI, can people be captured? Now ask your AI this. Can people be captured in battles and raids?
Nobody's arguing that point, Cosmon.
Right.
Nobody's arguing the point that the way you become a slave. Hold on. Nobody's arguing the point. Hold on, Cosmon. Hold on 1 second, bro. Stop real fast. Nobody's arguing the point that the way you become a slave is being captured. Nobody's arguing that point. What I'm saying is the way that you're captured functions significantly different. You can be captured in a raid or you can be captured in a battle. A raid and a battle are not the same.
We know that. You're not
Y'all
understanding the question.
Y'all are wild.
Can I share something? Hold on.
Humble.
I just want to share something with y'all brothers.
One second, Omar. What you're not able to understand is, for some reason, is that whether it's a raid or a battle or a war, right? People can be captured and made POWs and hence chattel slaves.
Hey, Quantum, are you here? Quantum. Where you go? I see this thing. Quantum.
Humble. It's Omar. I had to drop down for Omar Muhammad. I'm on my laptop now. I just wanted to share something, and I'll let y'all be the judge. Do y'all mind if I do that real quick?
Hey, Jay Snake, are you here, bro? Where you at, Omar?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm looking for what you
okay.
Are you here, Jay Snake? Are you listening? I said, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
What's going on right now? Did you not hear me say? All right, so Jay Snake, when I was speaking, did you not hear me say nobody's arguing that to be a slave you have to be captured? Did you hear me say that, Jay Snake?
Yeah, I heard you say it.
Did you also hear me say that the functions of being captured are different between chattel slavery and prisoners of war? Did you also hear me say that?
Yeah, I heard you say that too, but I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused on that part, though. I'm kind of confused on that part too, though. Like, what do you mean by the functions of how they're captured? I kind of don't get
that. And that's why I got back into the raid and a battle are different.
It's only the scale that's different.
Hold on 1 second, Cosmo. Let me.
It's only the scale. It's the same.
Let him pause. Let him finish. Watch it. Let him.
So if we're in a battle, right? Your forces versus my forces, right? And my forces overtake your forces, right? For the people who are not all dead, right? We take them. Bang. A raid is a one-sided event, is not a battle. And so, yes, you can be captured through a raid, and you can also be captured through a battle. But when you're captured through a raid, you're automatically made a slave. You're not a prisoner of war. When you're captured through battle, you are a prisoner of war.
But wouldn't a raid be a battle, though?
Brother,
no, I just said.
Look, as soon as somebody raids you, that's a battle, bro. Because you're gonna fight back. You ain't gonna lay down.
The only difference in size.
Omar, shut up, bro. While we're talking, wait till one of us finishes. Then you can come in and talk. Don't do that while we're talking, bro. That's fucking rude as hell, Omar.
I just was showing that the only difference between a raid, a battle, and a war is the intensity, right? That's the only difference. It's semantics. It's semantics. You dig what I'm talking about? People can be caught in raids, they can be caught in battles, and they can be caught in wars, right? All of it. But the function of how you capture people is still the same. Right? You go get them. It's through violence. whether it's one-sided or it's both-sided.
And I think the better argument would be is what's the difference of how the slave is treated? Like, because there's a difference. Point out the differences between chattel and the difference between how a POW is. That's where the differences are. Is how the POW and how the chattel slave is treated while they're in the slavery.
They say that the POW primarily is treated just like chattel, primarily.
But not in every instance, because sometimes a POW sometimes a POW is treated better, and sometimes they're not. Depending on, like I'm saying, it's depending on who's in control of the slave, the mindset of the slave holder, the slave master. If that motherfucker is wicked, you know what I'm saying. It don't matter if you're POW or chattel, nigga. You know what I'm saying. It's all bad.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they're saying the majority, historically, of POWs, however skilled they are, don't matter, get forced into chattel slavery, whether the chattel slavery is in building pyramids, sledging rivers, or fighting in somebody's army, right? You're still chattel. You can't do what you want to do. You got to do this. You dig what I'm talking about? Till somebody else say you don't.
Yep.
Right? So that's chattel, right, of a POW. They say that's what happens to the majority of them. So we can't look at the outlier, where certain civilizations, especially Egypt, would take another people in. Well, and we see that, and sometimes that's a great battle strategy. You dig what I'm talking about? To combine the houses to stop, a potential war from happening by intertwining families. You see what I'm saying? So that's been used to great advance historically too, but it's all done by force and violence, right?
Hey, Humble,
to capture people.
Hey, Humble, do you agree that Egyptians have forced labor?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right, we cool then. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
I kept saying that I don't disagree with that. Yeah, we call them all slaves. I think where y'all are messing up at is on your terms, right? Y'all call battles and raids the same thing. Y'all call shadow slavery and prisoners of war the same thing, when clearly these are not the same thing.
How they function is the same thing.
Wow,
they function anciently.
No, that's the point.
They function the same anciently to modern. Okay, ancient POWs, right? How y'all described it, right? Is the same functionally, right? Is the same thing as a chattel slave is in the modern times, and they were made to do the exact same jobs.
No, that's true. See, that's true.
Right. The only thing is the level of the bureaucracy. One is coming from an imperial type. You dig what I'm talking about? Kingship, a monarchy. Right.
Now see, I honestly think that in some instances, Cosmon's right, and in some instances, Humble's right, depending on the time period.
If you're looking for the outlier,
who's being enslaved.
Yes, there were some POWs who got, but still, even when you got in brought into the house, they were still slaves. Just they had to do what they had to do. They couldn't do anything else. They still were slaves, even when you were brought into the family or brought into the house to work as a slave.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like you said, Cos, historically, it's fun. It's like saying the same thing, because overwhelmingly, the overwhelming majority of prisoners of war were intended. The immediate intention is to make them slaves, is to send them off and to sell them. So in Egypt, if you say prisoners of war, you are saying chattel slave. Fundamental, it's practically like saying the same thing.
It's actually a good debate topic, because I think JJ 7000 and Jabari were supposed to debate this topic, and it never panned out. I actually think it's a good topic.
Yeah, sure. So wait, hold on, Humble. Do you disagree with that, though?
Get out that first round, bro. You can get out that first round. I'll be waiting for you.
Humble,
That'd be a
but
good
do you
topic for
disagree
us.
that historically, like in the context of ancient Egypt, that saying prisoner of war is fundamentally the same as saying slave, like chattel slave, like you're going to be in
No,
hard labor.
I don't agree with that.
So you're saying a vast majority of prisoners of war were slaves in the context that you're saying?
What I'm saying is a prisoner of war um is not a chattel slave. In
No, that's
antiquity,
not
we
what I asked.
talking. You asked about antiquity. In antiquity, a prisoner of war is not a chattel slave.
That's fine. That's fine. Now in ancient Egypt, is the vast
Right.
majority of slave chattel?
Um.
Mm.
Look, ask AI
What
real
time
quick.
period? What time period are you talking
Ask
about?
your AI God.
It would
Yeah,
have to.
she,
We
she,
He
would have to
solves
see
everything for
what
these
time
niggas.
period you're talking
I'm just
about.
saying though, it'll give you a
Humble,
point of
I'm
reference to further the argument in the right direction.
saying I'm
Didn't you
saying
know
when
that he was gonna argue?
I'm saying when Egypt when Egyptian uh the Egyptian government relied on slavery at an exponential level. What time period is that? Like when did Egypt reach like peak Egypt? And how did that happen?
Peak Egypt.
Yeah, like what's
Um.
I mean, you tell me. You tell me like what do you define as like
So, and that's why I always have a different, like I have a different outlook on this because when Egypt reached peak Egypt, it had nothing to do with slavery. It had everything to do with the resources and the amount of land and space they took up. And so that's why. Give me a second. We're gonna get into it. Give me a
humble
second. Where's Quantum at?
humble?
Quantum.
Come on, bro.
Man, that boy
Quantum.
be tap dancing.
So where the workforce come from, humble? How did Egypt get that like grandiose, humble?
Make Egypt great again.
They clearly had skilled laborers.
Yeah, but like, I'm talking about a workforce to occupy such a metropolis, brother. Like to
Right. So they had skilled
that's not like
laborers.
a couple people. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They had
That's not like a
skilled
couple people.
laborers.
I get that,
I
right?
had a
The
couple
skilled, but
skilled laborers.
humble. I'm talking about people who do. Okay. I know what you're trying to do, humble. Skilled laborers is not like necessarily the workforce. Skilled laborers are treated much differently than the workforce, than that forced labor, humble. The people that got to do the grueling work, right? What? How much of that population do you think existed in peak Egypt, brother? Like, and how did it get like that, humble?
Mm.
Through slaves, bro. Come through
Uh,
slaves. That's why.
so
That's why
right
Egypt is a
now, so
metropolis.
let's say Egypt relied heavily on slave and the classical Greek Roman um and the slave labor economy in the way that classical Greek Roman did. Okay, particularly historical text, real
Mm.
content, backbone for these laborers,
Humble, what
everyday
you typing?
Damn, so wait a minute. So it said,
peak
so didn't
slavery.
he say that Egypt used its slaves virtually the same way as we
Okay,
what?
so in the New Kingdom, 1550. So let's see here. Hold on.
Mm.
I mean, I think
We already in the 1550s New Kingdom.
in the 50.
Yeah,
That's
that's
almost
when slavery.
that's almost right there. Almost the first in the New Kingdom.
Thutmoses. No, that's Thutmoses the third. Ramses the second.
Nah, you would
Hey,
be
humble.
almost
I'm
the first.
actually
That's
humble.
You
I'm
would
actually
be
Thutmoses
asking.
the third.
almost the
And
first
Ramses
create
the
the
second.
New Kingdom. The 18th
Hey,
dynasty, the first king of the
1550.
18th dynasty is Amos the
I
first.
said from 1550 to 1069. That's
Yeah,
Thutmose the third to Ramses the second.
that's actually Amos the first, starting with Amos the first, beginning of the 18th dynasty.
All right, you
New
gonna
King.
have
hey,
to
humble.
put something on
Hey,
that one
humble.
down, cause more.
I'm actually asking you to be practical about your answer. Like knowing what you know, right? Knowing what you know. What do you think is a practical reason, right, for Egypt peak as a society?
The
All the
practical
wonderful
reason for
architecture, all the
Egypt's peak, the reasons for Egypt's peak, the main reasons for Egypt's peak as a society was the Nile River.
I got you, brother. I'm talking about as far as its architecture, and it's like as a metropolitan area, as it became a metropolitan area. How did it get like that?
Due to advancements. What do you mean? How did it get like that? They had skilled laborers, they had philosophy, they had science.
So
They were
didn't have
people.
so they didn't have forced labor force.
Nobody is saying that. You saying how did their metropolitan
That's
get
what
the
I'm
way?
actually asking you. That's what
But
I'm
it
asking.
got that way. It got that way. The main
Through slaves.
reason
Through
it
slaves.
wasn't through slaves. It was through the Nile River. The Nile
Yeah,
River was the most important resource to the Kemetic people.
I got
Why?
you, brother.
Because it enabled trade, not slavery, trade.
No, you're talking about something completely different. Humble, I'm talking about Egypt as a administration. This is a strictly
Yes.
anthropological question, Humble.
Mm.
How does a civilization like that in the ancient world develop to such an extent? How does it happen? Through slaves. Slaves are the workforce.
It
That's
developed.
how it happens. Egypt
No,
heavily relies on slaves, just like
that's
every
the.
other body else, bro.
But hold on. But see, you're overgeneralizing. Your statement is overgeneralizing because what you're essentially saying is the reason that Kemet became this major superpower was the fact that it had slaves, which is absolutely not the reason. The
Yeah,
main reason it became this
the
grand
reason.
superpower, no, it's not, is because it had the main resource of the Nile River.
I got you. Okay.
It wasn't because
Okay.
of slavery, it was
But then
because of
they
the
had
Nile River.
people to
Hey, did they
harvest.
have slave armies, Humble?
Oof.
What?
Oh.
The Egyptians have slave armies?
You mean just armies of nothing but just slaves?
Mm.
Humble, I'm talking
No,
about slave. Come on, bro.
they
So
didn't
Egypt
have
didn't have
armies
slave armies?
of
Okay, so
slaves.
I'm gonna ask you another question. Did Egypt have Greek mercenaries
I know what you're
in
doing,
in
but
their
you
in their
ain't
government?
gonna get
I'm
me, bro.
asking
You
you.
ain't gonna get
I'm
me.
asking you. Did Greeks
Just answer the
were
question,
Greeks?
bro.
Just answer the question.
I'm
Did
here with
Egyptians
it.
have Greek mercenaries in their military?
Later on in history, yes.
Okay, all right. What I'm asking you is, Humble, who is supplying who is supplying the workforce? Who is supplying the slave army? Because we know they have slave armies. That is how Egypt became a superpower because it dominated other people, bro. That's it. Through through occupying and absorbing people through all other imperialistic ways. That's how the army got big. That's how all of this got. That's how all of it looks the way it looks, bro. Through force. It's through dominating, and it's through slaves. That's just the unfortunate fact of history, brother. It's just how it happens. And
And see,
Egypt
look,
is
that's gonna be
wonderful.
listen. If you get out the
It looked
first round, bro,
wonderful.
that's gonna be a good debate for us, bro. If you get out the first round, that'll be a good debate for us. Because I would be interested in seeing how you would attribute. Because here's the thing: I think you will be fighting an uphill battle, brother. Bit Eaton, is because when you look at the society of Kemet, you see way more evidence of the material, of the resources, of the knowledge that went into building up Kemet, and like you wouldn't see, oh well, they did this with slavery. Like slavery is not a major cornerstone of how that happened. And that's why I think this would be a good debate because I would have to educate you. And I'm sure I'm not saying you're not educated. I know you educate. That's why you're asking the questions you ask. That's why you gotta ask them the way you gotta ask them. See, I'm hit, like brother Ben Eaton. I'm hit, but um, I think it would be because you would have to then show and prove that Egypt got its wealth from slavery. And then I would have to show and prove that Egypt got its wealth mainly through other resources other than slavery. And
Notice I
then
didn't
we
say that,
have to
Humble.
bring those in the ring.
No, notice I didn't say that actually. You said that.
You did, bro. You been eating. You
said
be making a
how
lot of
Egypt became.
fallacy. You be making a
I
lot
said
of
how
straw
humble.
mans,
You
bro.
just don't
You
actually
terrible.
listen. Humble. You just don't
Right.
actually
He
listen.
don't listen well.
You just actually don't listen to the conversation. You just pick out
What?
points. I said, how did Egypt become a superpower? How did it become the Egypt that it looks like today?
And
I'm
what
not.
is your
Hold on.
answer?
I'm not. Listen. I'm not in disagreement with you that the Nile was absolutely important to Egypt as a society, as a civilization. But civilization go far beyond the necessities, brother. How did it get to look like it is? How did it become Egypt as we know it today?
And when
And I'm talking about for real,
slavery,
not through. Go ahead, cause yeah.
no, and when slavery is institutionalized, right? It's a social system in Egypt, right? When it is, it that kind of laughs in the face that this was just some easy road for these people. They were all just highly enlightened. You did what I'm talking about, and nobody did the drudgery. What I'm saying is somebody had to cut them rocks. Somebody had to flip them. Somebody had to turn them. You dig what I'm saying? And that was done by the work of slave labor, even if some of them were highly skilled. And I'm sure they had to be, right?
But it's levels of it, right?
Right.
Cause it's levels of working in architecture, period.
Correct.
You got people who do the dirty work and you have more skilled laborers that can do particular
Who
work.
draw up the plans.
Even if they're all slaves or servants, it's a mixture.
Yeah.
But the majority are forced laborers.
Yeah.
They
All
didn't
of
have
it,
cranes, humble. They didn't have cranes, brother.
even like the court of the king or the pharaoh, they were beholden to Pharaoh.
And humble, if you can say that we built this country, then they could say the same thing.
Hey man, let's let Omar get in before he disowns us all, man.
I need Quantum to come back. Hold on, before Omar do anything. I need Quantum to come back. Where you at, Quantum?
See, you're fired, Ollie. You sleeping on the job and shit, man. That's time theft, man. That's time theft. I'm calling HR, man. I'm calling HR, man.
Hey, listen, my man be tired. My man be tired.
Call HR out here.
I'm calling HR on everything.
Pressing the QR code on these boys, man. You telling HR. That's funny.
Omar don't want to talk now. No, I think it's actually a good build tonight, man.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
This is great, man. This is great.
And I didn't mean actually. It is a good build tonight. I mean to sound like a smart ass when I say that it's a good build tonight.
No. Hey, listen, y'all know I always appreciate the work. Y'all know I always appreciate the work. I'm about to it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Alcohol and barbiturates. This is crazy. What's really going on over here?
I got a wife, man. I ain't trying to leave my man Quantum up here. Hey man,
let me find out Ollie's on that owl food, you know.
On that topside gray.
he on that owl food.
He on that Weimaraner.
Can I speak now? Can I speak now?
Uh-oh, spooky time.
Man, stop that. Give Brother Panic his stuff back.
Nah.
Be the Brother Panic.
Nah, because you know what? All I wanted to do was show a source. Like Kazi said, we don't have a dog in this fight. But the brother band low-key kind of disrespected me. But guess what? Hold on now. He told me to shut the F up. And then hold on. Has not Brother Omar been muted out? But
Omar, I didn't say that.
hold on. Somebody came in and said, "Shut the f up, Omar."
That was me, Omar. You pissed me off because you kept cutting us off while we were talking. That was me, Omar. You did, bro. It was me. I think it was me. It was me, Cosmon and Humble. We was building, and you kept cutting in, bro.
Hold on.
That's rude when you do that, bro. I mean, we all do it, but I'm just, I'm calling you out on it tonight. When I do it on another night, feel free to call me out on it.
It's cool, Omar, but go what you was gonna say, bro. Don't even worry about that. Go what you was gonna say.
Let's just show the source. This is all I wanted to show.
We can. Ollie done fell asleep on the job and shit, man.
I got the keys. I can. I'm about to go to sleep though, man. My wife said sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm with you on that.
Share it real quick, brother Humble.
All right, where is it though? What I'm sharing, I don't see nothing.
I'm sharing it right now.
All right.
Because this is what I notice. A lot of us, keyword us, has been doing a lot of dialoguing, talking, AI, and all this other stuff. So let's just show a good source. Can y'all see this on the screen?
Blow it up a little bit.
Yeah, just blow it up a little bit, yeah.
Hold on.
The 3 dots in the corner. Go up to the top.
Hold on. How do I blow it up?
But you could.
No, you good. Go ahead. Yeah, we go ahead. Just read it.
Okay. So, like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight. Like Kazi said, the only thing I want to do is just present something. And then what I wanted to say, once I present this, I just want y'all to be the judge. Let's just read it. And this is a valid source. Slavery in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians kept slaves. Been hearing of universal alike. Lydian wrote, chattel slavery is instead in Egypt from the late 3rd millennium BC onward. Persons could be bought and sold and inherited, and may thus be called slaves in the legal sense of the word. Although Egyptian, what is that? Terminology.
Yeah, terminology is vague.
I got it, Humble. Is vague. Can both be translated as slaves, but also as servant. Not only could the slaves themselves be sold, but also their services. Ramses aside, texts refer to this practice with the expression Hawar, Bach, day of service. Let's push forward. For the late period onward, we know of this practice of individuals entering into slavery by contract as a means to pay of heavy debts. I just wanted to present this because, like I said, I've been hearing a lot of talking. Some of y'all so kindly sourced up a little bit, but actually, humble. Even though he used the AI, That can also be considered a source. But is it validated? Somewhat. But I think what Humble pulled up was, that's not so bad pulling AI up. But the thing is, when you pull the AI up, you have to click on other things to bring out the actual sources in the research papers. So before the brother rudely interrupted me and said, "Omar, you keep cutting people off," and he used profanity and cussed me out like I was a like I was a dog in a dog alley.
Oh, you stupid.
You know what? Hold on. Y'all already know how Brother Omar got to do. So, before you cuss me out and tell me, shut your mouth up, brother. When you rewind this back, you're gonna see Brother Omar. I interjected only twice, and you said you keep on doing it. I only interjected twice. So if you don't want to give me an apology, so effing what? You like that, huh? So effing what? So
Omar,
effing. Listen,
Omar.
no, shut the mouth up. Shut the mouth up. Let me land. Shut that goddamn mouth up. And I said, goddamn. GADAMN. But let's push forward because it's spooky and I know it hurts. So guess what? If you want to offer me an apology for those, for those disgusting words that came out your mouth on telling me what I need to do. When I hold on, yeah, silence the mouth, man. I know it hurts. If you don't want to apologize to your brother Omar for saying that, that's cool. But you said I kept cutting everybody off. And when they rewind the video back, I did not keep cutting. I interjected twice in an hour and a half. If I interjected twice in an hour and a half, is that keep cutting somebody off? I was respectful. I asked, can I speak? And when I was told to shut my goddamn mouth up, what did I do? Did I not close the lips up? Did I not shut the mouth up? Did I not close the jaws up? So you need to do the same thing. You need to close them goddamn jaws up, and you need to shut that mouth up when I'm talking. Guess what? And guess what? If y'all know, Brother Omar got to do his thing. So if you agree with it, brother, I don't give a damn. If you do, cool. We all solid. But I'm gonna smooth it out for you, brother. Don't you ever give me instructions. I give you instructions to shut that damn mouth up. And when I give instructions, you better shut that goddamn mouth up, like I said. Y'all brothers,
we gotta go, man.
Y'all brothers have the floor. That's not profanity. I said goddamn.
No,
Omar, I got one question for you, just one. Can I borrow Metter's beige shirt when you're done with it?
brother, you hold on. Only if Metter gives you approval to borrow the beige shirt. Hey, that was classic. Hey, I'm gonna mute it. Hey, man. Hey, I effing love y'all, man. I love y'all, brother. I love y'all. You got the wife over here laughing. Now got the wife Ashley laughing in the background. Yo, that was classic. I love it. Go ahead, brothers. Though. Go ahead, brothers. My bad. I'll take this down from the screen too. I just want to show that. But hey, that was very hilarious, man.
It was actually a good source. It was basically attesting to early pre-dynastic, at least to what they could show. Early pre-dynastic, early dynastic. My bad. Early dynastic period from roughly, they say, 4,000 years on down, but roughly the founding on down. You see, they say that chattel slavery is attested to.
Yeah.
It's actually a very good source.
Thank you. The water. The water just mean thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, I had some more too, because I remember earlier when I was speaking, Humble did ask me a good question about pre-dynastic. Pre-dynastic would be before Norma. So hold on. I got another jewel for y'all too. Because he asked me about Norma. So now we're just gonna show the jewel on Norma's father too.
Yeah, Horace Rowe, aka Zekin Ka.
Say that again, Kazi. Say that again, Kazi.
These are all the same person. I'm about to say a couple names, but they're all the same person. His name is Zekin Ka, or Horace Rowe, aka Scorpion 2. They're all the same.
Oh my God, yo Kazi. I don't even gotta pull it up, because what you just said, I just had it. I hold on. I was just finna present that too, but you actually took it out, the words out of my mouth, brother. Hey, that's why I got a lot of love for the brother Kazi. You know what I'm saying? Even though he OASP.
Even though
brother Kazi is well studied, and guess what? Hold on. Let's just do this right quick, because like I said, Kazi just validated my point, and I just want to show what I already had pulled up. So what we're gonna do is this. Humble. I love my Baltimore niggas.
It's crazy.
Hold on, Kazi, because like I said, you took the words right out of my mouth. So guess what, Kazi? Let's just show this. Share that. Kazi took it out. He said it was Scorpion 2.
He is Zekin Ka. Zekin and Ka are the same word, just flipped backwards.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. So if I don't know if Humble there to show it. So this is what it says. King Norma's father is uncertain, but through archaeologists and historians suggest it was likely either the hold on. What was the conversation, Kazi? Pre-dot what?
Pre-dynastic.
It's spooky time. Thank you, Kazi. Let's push the information forward. Likely either the pre-dynastic ruler, Ka, or Scorpion 2. Oh my God. Thank you, Kazi.
They're the same person, y'all.
I agree, Kazi.
Only Egyptian titulary hides the truth.
That's deadly. That is deadly.
That means this. Dig this. They got the body.
Go ahead, Kazi.
They have the body of Zekin Ka. Zekin Ka is Scorpion 2, is Horace Rowe. They're all the father of Narmer, who had other appellations. Remember, they called him the protector. Remember, he was holding that mace. They called him Shintawe, or he's also called King Crocodile. That's all Narmer. He's also called Menes. all the same person, just different Egyptian titulary. So at different points of his time, he assumed different throne names to adapt to the people and his type of rulership. He now the protector of this, and the Horus, the beauty of Horus's eye, or you see what I'm saying? He take a name. You dig what I'm talking about? Egyptian titulary hide a lot of this, y'all. I gotta do it. Man, listen, man. It's about to get ugly.
Hold on, Kazi. Hold on real quick, Kazi. And Seth did rasp.
You dirty, cuz. You dirty, cuz. You dirty, man. You dirty for that.
See, you only doing that because Ollie sleep, man. Don't start over.
Man, somebody that slipped my boy Ollie the good Wally pack. He's snoozing.
Yo, Kazi. Let me tell Kazi, real quick. Let me tell you how I pay attention. So I had a dialogue, like I think it was maybe about a day and a half, 2 days ago. I was on somebody else's channel. And then on how I pay attention, the subject was, did the ancient Kemetic people borrow or take other things from other cultures? So remember the one thing you brought out, Kazi, and I learned it from you. When you talked about the other side of Narma's palette and how it was the serpentine. Not only that, when Narma had the mace in his hand, how it was Sumerian text. And
it was motif. Yeah, the motif, the bull motif, the bat motif, the
hawk motif. Hold on.
Serpopods.
The serp. Say that again. The serpent what? The serpopods?
Serpopods.
Yo, I was over there kicking ass all over the place, and it was like, you don't know what you're talking about, Omar. Hold on. And the thing was, I started to think, and I said, you know what? I remember what the brother Kazi brought out about the double head serpopod on the other side of the palette.
Mm-hmm.
And I bought it out and I tried to do you justice by bringing out the info, but how I explained it, and I tried to do you justice, explaining how those serpopods and the bull and the mace and I was correlating into that. A lot of people always say, oh, the Kemetic people was the first to do this and the first to do that. My point in that conversation I was bringing out, I said, listen, the Kemetic people heavily borrowed other cultures that predecessed them. One of them was the Mesopotamian, and then I piggybacked off of you and I bought that information out. I don't know if I explained it as accurate as you did, but like I bought out the serpopods, the double serpent head, the bull, the mace, which is heavily Mesopotamian influence and origins. But go ahead, brother Kazi.
No, you exactly right. The motif is Mesopotamia. There ain't nothing to argue about. Nothing you can argue about. You dig what I'm saying? It's just funny that people are hard to admit that in the oldest depictions of rulership in Egypt, they showing this Mesopotamian style. Right? I'm just saying, even from, like, let's just say 3500, Nakata 1, you dig what I'm talking about? down to Nakata 3, which would the end of that one would be Narmer. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you got different cultures, that would have influenced. And then you gotta think about where Egypt is. It's at a great crossland, right? The Arabian Peninsula, which I believe is just northern Africa, literally touches the continent. So that the Sinai Peninsula itself would have been a massive trade way, right? All types of people, right? And then guess what we see when we look there anciently? A massive culture forever has been there. Whether it's Egypt or other people, they've always had a magical, all from the Egyptians down to the Nabateans. You dig what I'm saying? So we've seen massive cultures in that little area just in the last couple thousand years. What about 10,000 years? You dig what I'm saying? I think we ought to stop pigeonholing ourselves to what people tell us we can believe. What we gotta look at. Soon as you tell me I must look at the world this way, I'm about to do the opposite. I've been a rebel all my life. Soon as you tell me, I know it's something over there I need to see. Right? Because if it was something good, right, and you my enemy, guess what you ain't gonna do? You're gonna try to do everything in your power to stop me from getting over there.
That's the people's pimp over there.
Go ahead, JJ, because I already know you got something to say. Omar and his Hebrew faith. He put Captain Zariat in the school of UPK Commander Junior High on the pedals. Go ahead, JJ. Go ahead, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh,
brother.
He got his name back. We whooped him out of his name. We
JJ,
made that boy change his name to Mandinka.
Go ahead, JJ. Yeah, hold on. AKA Mandinka Mali.
Boy, I whipped that boy off this soil.
Hey.
Bro, bro, quiet, man.
Hold on real quick. No,
I'm not here for you. Bro, be quiet.
JJ
we
did
tired of hearing you, man. Let him go. Omar, let him go, man.
I was going to give you props, JJ.
A 56-year-old trooper.
Listen,
You're a 56-year-old trooper. Fall back. Go get permission to speak to me. Now, I'm here for Cosmon.
Yeah.
You got in my inbox this morning talking about you want to debate.
Yeah, I want the debate.
You don't want the smoke.
I do.
You want the smoke, okay? So we setting up the
so look.
So we said, listen, brother, bro, you've been talking for 3 hours, and I sat back quiet. All right. So we're gonna do the team debate. 4 against 4 would be on Killer Priest. Sonata won't be able to hold your hand. We want to talk about your false prophecy of 2026, the age of Cosmon. None of this stuff has happened. None of you talk about your prophecy, sir.
Which one?
You go ahead. Tell us about the one supposed to happen in 2026.
What's that?
In the Cosmon era.
Which one?
Which one's supposed to happen? You go ahead and tell us right now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh?
What's supposed to happen in 2026?
You don't have a prophecy that's supposed to happen in 2026.
What is it?
So you don't have no prophecy in your book?
I'm not saying we don't. I'm saying
they talk about what's supposed to happen in 2026.
What's the one you're supposed to be happening in
want to know
2026? I don't know. I don't know. I think you're making that up.
I'm making it up. Okay.
Yeah, what's the prophecy supposed to happen in 2026? Remind me.
You the teacher.
I'm saying I don't know what you're talking about.
Tomorrow.
I've never heard of a prophecy for 2026. Go ahead. Tell us about it.
Okay. In the Cosmos era, the false God should be revealed, and Jehovah's light shall shine, uniting all people. Let's start there.
What?
There's no proof.
What? What are you talking about? Okay, look. None of what you talking about don't matter, right? The most thing that matters is hold on. This is the thing that matters. I'm saying you serve a demon. You say I serve one, right? I'm saying this is the debate. Nothing is bigger than the God. You take the smoke. And then we'll get the debate, the team debate out the way.
No, Kazi.
Hold on, wait a minute.
You know why JJ served a demon? You know why JJ served a demon? Because JJ went to prison for beating a white wife up.
Well, listen, man, stop, man. Anyways,
when I go to prison, what year you lying piece of shit?
Omar, don't do that, bro. Don't do that, Omar.
When I go to prison, nigga.
Omar, don't do that, bro.
JJ, did you get locked up? Did you get locked up for beating a white wife up?
Bro, get the fuck out the way.
Brother, answer my question.
You a fucking lie. And you supposed to be get out the way. Get out the way, bitch nigga. Get out the way, bitch nigga. I want to know about Cosmo. Shut the fuck up, man.
Hold on, fall back, Omar.
You got dumbass niggas like Omar. This whole ass. Now let's talk. Hey, Humble, put him in the back, Humble. I'm here for Cosmo. Put this dumbass trooper in the back. Cosmo, what is your prophecy, sir? What's your prophecy?
JJ,
what is the prophecy? You don't even know.
I'm saying there ain't one. Now show us. I'm saying.
Hold on, one of y'all gonna get into it. Just want to say.
Get this dumbass nigga. Hold on,
JJ, hold on. I just want to say this.
All the niggas sitting up here lying on my name, nigga.
Hold on, JJ. Hold on.
Information, bitch.
Hold on, JJ. I got you. Hold on. I got you, JJ. So, hey, bro. Hey, Omar, yo, don't be doing that, bro. Ain't no reason I'm laying down with my wife, bro. And, I'm checking in just to make sure shit goes smooth. And you coming out, you talking about, man, people beating people. Nah, bro. We here for the information, bro. Don't be doing that to people, man. Don't do that. He was getting it in with Cosmo. Let him get it in with Cosmo, bro. Let him get it in with Cosmo. His personal business is his personal business. Don't do that, man. We ain't here for that. Go ahead, y'all. Hey,
let me say something real quick. Don't get scared, man. Don't get scared. It's my turn to speak.
I shouldn't be waking up out of my sleep, man.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say something.
Conduct yourself, man.
Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead, JJ. You got the floor.
Let me say something. Let me address oh boy real quick. Your leader, John what's his name? John Lightheart. You know the one that molested the little boy? The ISUPK leader? Get on his helmet, nigga. Before you come at me about a white girl. Nigga. Your leader is out here known to be molesting a little boy. We know this. So shut the fuck up and deal with him. Now, Cosmo, let's talk about your prophecy. Go ahead and tell us about the prophecy you're supposed to have in 2000. Bro, you only got 4. You only got 4 months left.
All right. Listen. I'm saying you're confused in some way, right?
Okay.
You're obviously delusional. Go in OWASP and show us where it's supposed to be some type of prophecy in 2026. I'm saying you're hallucinating.
Okay. How many times has that book been rewritten? How many times has the book been rewritten?
What do you mean rewritten? It's never
How
been
many different editions?
Probably about 8.
8 different times. The first time was supposed to be what? Automatic writing from who?
How many times has Bible been rewritten?
No, bro.
How many versions are there of Bible?
I don't deal with the Bible, so you're done.
Yes, you do.
Bro, how many times have your book been?
Yes,
you ain't ready. You ain't ready. All right, so let's talk about Osiris and his temple.
Let's talk about this 2026.
Get the clock out, old boy. Get the clock out. I'm not finna yell over you.
Okay, well then you got.
So it's my turn to speak.
So hold on, no.
So you don't want to talk about the book,
because you asked the question.
How many times?
Hold on, wait. You asked the question. Hold on. Yes, it is.
Tell us about the prophecy.
Go
ahead. Tell us about the prophecy. Then you interrupted me, nigga. Now tell us about the prophecy.
I'm saying.
I don't know. No, you don't know. Tell us. You got in my inbox.
There is
I want to talk to you about the.
There
There's
is
no
no no.
prophecy.
You gotta accept
No,
this
there's no
phase.
prophecy, right?
I'm
You don't even
saying
know about your own prophecy, right?
I'm saying there is no
Your book is a
prophecy. You
joke.
made it
So how
up.
many times was it rewritten?
How many times was
How
yours
can it be
rewritten?
holy? How can it be holy?
How can yours be holy? It's been rewritten 40
I don't deal
times.
with the Bible, bro. So
You
now
do
you're
deal
done.
with the
Now
Bible.
you can tell me what I deal with. You the one.
You do deal with it.
No.
Well, what you
Don't
deal
try
with?
to pigeonhole
What you
me.
dealing with?
So let's deal with your prophecy. Tell us about your prophecy.
Ain't no
Tell us
prophecy
about
in
it.
2020. I'm saying you're
Oh, okay.
delusional.
I'm gonna light you up tomorrow.
All
I'm
you
gonna light
gotta
you up
do.
tomorrow.
Okay,
I'm gonna
hold
light
on.
you up.
One second.
I'm gonna light you up.
Okay,
I'm gonna light you up
hold on.
tomorrow, nigga.
Okay, we hear you. You sound scared, right? You sound like you in fear of Big Cosmo. Go in Owaspy and show us where this is. Either that or you're lying. Shorts up or shut up about a prophecy in 2026. Show us that, son. This is how you catch him in lies, y'all. They just come up here hallucinating. Ain't no prophecy in 2026. Well, I don't even know what he's talking about. What is he talking about? Right? I don't know. You dig what I'm saying? I think he hallucinating just like Humble's AI hallucinated that time and invented that verse that he said was in Owaspy. It ain't there. And because they're not true scholars and they don't check their work, right? They just regurgitate what their AI God tells them as truth. And then they get caught by people like me and exposed.
And not only that, Kazi, they get caught and exposed by brothers like me too. Because here's the thing here. I don't know why people getting mad at me, because what I said is not a lie. And hold on. And here's the proof. How can a brother call himself an Israelite and he's Negro only Israelite, but got a white wife, but beat her up? That's not my fault.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. We're not gonna rehash that. That's that man issue. Leave that out the game. But we understand.
Right? Hold on.
It's not right. It's not right. We gonna
right, Omar. You're bogus for bringing that up, bro.
Along,
That's why you get snapped on and bumped off the show and for shit like that, bro. And everything.
That man not here to defend himself, Omar. That man is not here.
He's not on the panel no more.
He already ran from Cosmo.
I'll mute out.
Ask him a simple question. Show me the prophecy you talking about. A lot of people say stuff about Owaspy.
I didn't know he had his track A6 on. My bad. I didn't know he had his track A6 on. I'll mute out.
Yeah. No. JJ fast. He little, but he fast. You dig what I'm saying? You know, this is how you catch him. This is how you catch him up. Right? Many people think, because they know one thing, they know it all. You know, they know religion in one way, or they know spirituality in one way, or they know science in one way. So they think that's the only way to look at it. Right? So they assume that everything else is how they picture it is. So when you make assumptions about things, you make an ass of you first. That's what people forget and assume. They say it makes an ass out of you and me. No. It makes an ass out of you first. You dig what I'm saying? So I just don't like to speak on stuff I know, but when I do know, I talk a little bit. When Debo go away, I talk again.
It's my bike, punk.
Man, you know what I'm saying? So it was a good combo, though. I think it was a good combo. I think JJ just gonna have to accept that fade. I'm saying I don't think nothing more important than your God, right? Who you think is the creator, right? You dig what I'm talking about? The reason he not with the Bible no more is because I whooped him and his God with the Bible in a debate. That's why his name is JJ. That's why he changed his name, the man Dinka Mali. He took that month off. Yeah, because he went up against the gang and got parked. got parked. Made had Apostle in his motherfucking sleep. He turned around, slapped taste out his wife's mouth. Pah! See, we don't want to. It's not cool to just keep bringing that stuff up. We got tons of stuff that we can hold over their head. he got to deal with the fact that his God is a demon. Everything a demon do by character, action, nature, deed is what his deity does. Right? If you saying Jehovah is that in Owaspy, you're more than welcome to prove it. Go in there. But I'm gonna go in your book. Right? You can try to deny it now. Right? But I'm gonna go in your book. Show that your God is demonic, a blood deity. Take human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, kill people, suck, great, everything. You dig what I'm talking about? He authorized it. He even sent whole lying spirits in the people to lead people astray on purpose. Do you know the kill count in the Bible? Y'all, do y'all know the kill count in the Bible? Proven. This is what's proven. And then I'll give you the theoretical numbers. What's proven in the text is 2.7 million people are killed in the text by the numbers. By the numbers. Authorized by the demonic blood entity of the Bible. Right? You know how many Satan killed? And then we giving Satan killed, they say Satan killed 10. Verse 2.7. 10. And then we gotta lighten up on Satan a little bit and keep it 100. 7 of them kills, which is Job's family, was authorized. God told him to do it. He bet him that he wouldn't. God bet him and then told him he could. So he sent the hit. So really, 7 of them bodies is really on. So that's like 2.7 million 7. Because really, so Satan killed about 3. But if you count in the flood, like they say, it's roughly about 24 million to 10. Who really the bad guy? Did you know that the biblical deity authorized the killing or directly did it, or the unaliving, of 67,000 children in the biblical text by the numbers? This is what can be proven by the numbers, the biblical numbers. 67,000. It's demonic. And y'all don't want to debate that? To my brothers, y'all know what it is. Stay out the way. Let these brothers carry this. Huh? Let them other brothers carry this. Right? I'm just saying, man. Y'all got to stop it with this, man. Y'all got to. You gonna read. I ain't gonna say you gonna read. You gonna learn. I don't believe in belief. Yeah. I think belief is the problem. I know belief is the problem.
Yo, Humble, if you still there, and I don't know if JJ is in the background, I want to hear JJ response to what Kazi said, because Kazi
just saying he made it up. Kazi, I don't know nothing about it.
Kazi is eviscerating JJ right now.
Yeah.
And hold on, and I know Kazi talking about the Bible, but that's not my fight. JJ got to put his track A6 backs on, and he got to put his New Balances back on, and he got to run back up on his stage to answer Kazi.
Oh, I'm pressing everybody. Look, they homeboys been ducking. They get behind the scenes, get chipping and chirping. You dig what I'm talking about? Putting up little woo woo woo. But ain't nothing to talk about. Listen, ain't nothing bigger than your God being a demon. If you want to say that about the creator in Owaspi, go ahead, prove it. Right? But you're going to have to go in the book and prove that. What I'm saying is I know it ain't there, so I ain't even worried about that. I'm going to just eviscerate you with your text. Huh? I'm going to show that this nigga is jealous, just like a demon. Wrathful, just like a demon. Huh? Vengeful, just like a demon. A dark demonic entity in the biblical deity function exactly the same. Baal and Yahweh function the same. They even got the same house that they praised in with the Holy of Holies. The Egyptians had them first. Yeah. So why wouldn't they be praising the same deities? You just don't know that Baal is praised as Heru in Egypt. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Y'all still praising Baal today?
Hey, yo, Kazi, smooth it out, brother. Smooth it out, brother. Smooth it out, brother.
Hey, this ain't for nobody else. Hey, listen, water off a duck's back, y'all. If it don't apply, let it fly. But them boys know who I'm talking. I'm talking about the Boy Scouts from the so-called army of Israel. I'm telling y'all the synagogue of Satan. I've been calling you out, been stomping, been trying to set up a debate with your brother last night. He couldn't have the decorum for 2 minutes to set up a topic. I've been wanting to smoke. I'm old since 2001, 21 and old against you niggas. I can't remember how many whoopings. Every one of your top mores been handled. Every one of them. I'm not lying. From Tazariak, Zion Lex on down. And the rest of them keep close ties. They ain't tripping. Or they trying to trip, but they won't come off the porch. Boy, because they know I'm shooting. We ain't even gonna fight. I'm gonna turn your whole camp into a parking lot. Put a Walmart up on your on your tabernacle. Gonna put a Walgreens on it. We gonna flatten it. And I want the smoke first. Y'all gonna catch these fades. You can't run from Cosmo forever. I'm gonna press you. I'm gonna hit your channels, everything like I've been doing. Somebody gonna have to step out, take this fade. Talk to the synagogue of Satan, aka the AOI. Come on off that porch, bring your God with you. I'm saying he a demon. By his character, his natures, and his deeds. What he do. Come on, catch this fade, cuz. Y'all want to say, oh, Wasp be evil? Well, all right, I'm with it. Show it. Show the creator doing something evil in there. Because every time we look and see something done evil in there, your God doing it. It's exposing your God. The one you praise in that Bible? Yeah, it's been multiple over the time. You don't even know that. The story didn't start with the God you praising today, Christ. He just hijacked the latest version. He been whooping ass for about 2,200 plus years. He been laying it down. All right. Even his physical representations is white boy, so I don't even know why y'all even coming with this apple blackity black. Oh, I'm African blackity black. When the physical representations of your God on earth is Jeebus and Serapis. Huh? Y'all talk about Cosmine and the white boy. We ain't got two of them. Oh, and our white boy say he wasn't special.
Hold on, Kazi, you know what was funny? You know what's funny, Kazi? When JJ came on, he was trying to say JBN, John Burrow, New Burrow, but he didn't even know how to say that. Did you peep that out?
Yeah, I thought he was trying to say John. Then he said something light something, and then he said he was talking to you. So he was saying that was part of the UPK. That the dude who founded the UPK is a pedo, pedophile.
Yeah. But the
I think he was trying to mix it up. He was so confused.
No, he listen, Kazi. I hit him with the right hand. You hit him with the left hand. He was punch drunk. He didn't know if it was you or me talking. He was addressing like 15,000 things. Hold on, Kazi. What do you call it? A duke.
That is a duking. Hey, humble man. He say he in the back. He in the back.
Bring him up.
Yeah, bro. You got to catch this fade, cuz.
But hold on. He does have to catch the fade, and guess what? I think JJ should be allotted to speak, but JJ.
You got to source up too, man. You talking about some, see, they come with these premises. Okay, if there's a prophecy in OWASP about 2026, show me. It's new to me, bro. So show me. I ain't above being taught about anything. I don't know everything. I don't know everything about OWASP either. I read it like 6 times and still don't know everything. The crazy part is every time I open it, I see something that I didn't see. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I just think the information from what I've been searching and researching into, it bears itself meritoriously. It has its own merit for the information it gives, which makes it primary. So I'm running, but he can't show this prophecy. I'm telling y'all, they just be high. They just make this stuff up. They go into AI spit it out, and then they regurgitate it. Show me the prophecy. I'll argue it. If there's one in 2026, I'll argue that mug. Whatever side you want to be on, I'm just saying, never heard of it, bruh. You're making it up because you're mad. And you never read the book.
Come on, JJ. Bring him up, humble.
Oh,
bring him up, humble. Bring him up.
Oli might have been off too many white owls. He smoked that
from the dungeon.
The funk and skunk is dank in the dungeon. It goes on and on and on like that. Going out to the Jeeps in the home in the lax. So all it took it all day and day, any day, every day.
Every day. Oh, yo, Kazi cooking. Yo, JJ, where you at, bro? Where you at? Come back. Humble, Oli. Let JJ back in.
Yeah, man. Y'all know what type of y'all know that swag they be on and
let them back in.
They be smoking that swag out there in Baltimore. So it probably put him to sleep. He sleep. they ain't got, you know what I mean? Even though the they ain't got no sativa, no hybrids. They just got straight endo. Smoke like outdoor. You dig what I'm talking about? Them boys sleep over there in Baltimore. They didn't smoke too many motherfucking White House.
Hold on. Stop, Kazi.
Yeah, okay. If I don't know my own book, show me I don't know it, bruh. Show me that it's a prophecy for 2026. All right. I just like to ask the question, can prophecy change? Is prophecy subjective or objective? That would give a whole different spin to Revelations if every prophecy is personal. Remember, it's God's prophecy. Jesus is telling the angel to tell John. I'm just saying. We never thought about it like this. I'm gonna catch up with you, JJ. We already on. You know what it is, bro. We be up here getting it in, but me and JJ will debate. One thing about the brother, he will debate. You dig what I'm talking about? He be wrong and he be strong, but he will debate. You dig what I'm talking about? So we gonna catch up. We got each other's numbers too, so we gonna catch up.
Kazi, I think the crickets in your background agree with JJ.
Yeah, y'all can hear them, Jones?
Hell yeah, we hear them, Jones G. we hear them, Jones G. We hear Hey, maybe those crickets can teach JJ something.
Hey man, that air conditioning bill was kicking my butt this year too, man.
That's for your ass outside, nigga. I already know.
I got the windows open. Yeah, you did what I'm talking about. I got the fans in the window. We blowing in good cold air.
Them MFs is loud. Them MFs is loud is ish, bruv. Straight up.
Right. I think you did what I'm talking about. It's gonna be you know what I mean? I think your brother Cosmon got some stuff in the works, brother. Man, I be working, man. I don't be out here a lot. I be working for real. You dig what I'm saying? So we gonna get it popping, man. 2026 is turning out to be a good year. You dig what I'm talking about?
You know what, Kazi? I already know. Check it out. Yo, JJ is gonna run over to his channel and cry like a little baby. But guess what, JJ? I got your channel too. If you want to, if you want to set something up,
yeah, I hit the panel.
Yeah,
you know.
Yep. So JJ, I know you listening. Start Joe Joan up. Brother Omar and Kazi will come up over there and we'll challenge you. And guess what? We can do it respectful. But I already know.
I don't even want to talk about nothing else but the fade. You dig what I'm talking about? When we gonna set it up?
Kazi, he don't want the fade because he already have his New Balances on.
Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Y'all know I hit everybody panel. You dig what I'm talking about? Come back, drop the link in the chat. I ain't cranking mine up.
I mean, JJ probably over there crying, man.
It's some big things in the work, man. People been watching, y'all. People been watching. People been calling.
Hey, Kazi. Hey, Kazi. Hey, Kazi. Should we give JJ?
They hate that you call me that.
Hey, real quick, Kazi. Should we give JJ a hug?
No, hey, listen, no, I'm gonna punch JJ in his eye a couple times. Then I'm gonna give JJ a hug. We gonna give him a steak for his eye. No. I'm a vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian, so I'm gonna give him some cold peas for that eye, and then I'm gonna hug him. He's still my bro. And listen, in the end of the day, what they don't realize is we both saying we trying to serve the Creator. What you don't understand, JJ, is the liberty for man to walk his path to get to it. Huh? This is what science can't understand. It pigeonholes itself to a limited view off tops. If you can't see it, it's supernatural. Forgetting that it's still in nature. It's gotta function, even if you can't see it. Even if it's just potential. It's there. I think y'all be trying to put the Creator in this little box like y'all can comprehend this nigga. You can't. Owaspy say, those who don't know me don't prove me. Y'all niggas don't prove the Creator. But it goes on to say, those who do know me know that they can't prove the Creator. How the hell you gonna prove something that's incomprehensible? That's everywhere. I don't think they be getting it. I don't think they be getting it. I pity y'all. I pity y'all. Y'all don't understand the liberty of man to gain knowledge on his own, in his own way. That don't mean you stop lending a hand. That don't mean you stop doing good.
Kazi, I pity the fool who eat my cereal.
I'm trying to tell you. Especially you lactose intolerant. Don't do it. Better get you some soy. I mean, not some soy, but some almond milk, rice milk. Yeah, don't drink soy. Soy got estrogen in it. But you dig what I'm talking about? I'm just saying, man. I think it's bigger than this. I think there's a bigger purpose than sitting on the internet arguing all day. I really do.
You know what, Kazi? You know what JJ need to do? JJ needs to he needs to adhere to a soy diet because hold on. You know why JJ needs to adhere to a soy diet?
Why, Omar?
Is because he's eating semen with the cabbage.
Oh no, he not Egyptian. He did not go over to Egypt.
Well. I mean, he kind of is. I mean, he did go from being a Negro only Israelite to Mandinka Mali.
That nigga was in the people he was hating. He became. I knocked his brains loose. Boy, we beat up 8 of them that night. It was 8-on-4. And then I beat him so bad. JJ had to admit we won. We won by the numbers, y'all. We whooped them by the numbers. In hostile territory. Right? We was on Sinetta. Took them boys down through there. That jab, nice. Cosmo got a nice jab, y'all. They don't be expecting it. You dig what I'm talking about? They think you know because I be coming in bobbing and weaving like, you know, like I got that old cat skill, Mike Tyson weave. They never expect the jab. That bitch long too. Bam! Bam! And then they try to hook with a hooker and it's a problem. Mm-hmm. Y'all seen Brand Wrist this weekend? That's what JJ gonna look like. Put that boy to sleep with a body blow. You got a demon.
Not only is JJ got a demon, JJ loves Colt 45 like Billy D.
Oh, not Billy D. Colt 45. JJ, we not gonna let the smooth taste fool us.
Hold on. What did Billy D say? Hold on. What did Billy D say? There's two important things when you're looking to have fun. Rule number 1, never run out of Colt 45. Rule number 2, never forget about rule number 1.
Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Billy D. That boy was cold. Hey, listen, Billy D could have pimped your grandmama back them days. What I'm trying to tell you. He was the coldest nigga on earth. Chocolate brown, got the good hair. That boy was wearing them $1,000 seersucker suits. Boy.
Hold on. He also said another thing. He said when you're out there, you're looking to have fun. You're looking to meet a woman. You're looking to entertain a woman, but she only wants to make love to the right man. And now we're drinking a smooth Colt 45. He said, darling, are you ready to get up out of here? She said, oh, you must have read my mind. He said something like that. Billy D was cold. He was cold-blooded. He was cold-blooded.
They was going too. They going every time too. Trying to tell you, they going every time. Ain't nobody told Billy D though.
Hell no.
Yeah, you said that's Lando Calrissian. Nigga,
that's Lando. That's Lando from Star Wars. That's Lando from Star Wars.
Yeah, they ain't tell Lando no. Ain't tell Lando no at all. Man, y'all silly, man. But yeah, I think I'm gonna jump up off of this thing and let it. Hey. Yeah, but look, man, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, KOS, MONCAL TV, man. Y'all sub, like, share, man. Make sure before y'all leave here, y'all thumb up this video. And every now and then, holler out in the chat, Oli, wake your ass up. You dig what I'm talking about? You off that, tell me off that dog food. You dig what I'm talking about? And but y'all, no, I'm just playing, man. Y'all make sure y'all thumb up the video. Salute to the Titans. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to all my brothers, man. It's always love, light, balance. You dig what I'm talking about? If y'all didn't know, Cosmon mean balance. Get off on because we're in an era, you know, that they call the information era or the golden era, right? We're in a time of high spirituality and high physicality, right? Just be, you know, the change that you want to see, right? You dig what I'm talking about? And with that, man, love, light, balance out there to my brothers and sisters, man. Hey, Omar, you could do something for me before I get up out of here? He's talking to you, Omar. Hey, Omar.
You know, body language tells you a lot about what a person's thinking. For instance, that means she has an interest in the finer things in life. That means she also wants a little fun, but only with the right man. And now she's pouring a Colt 45. You all know what that means.
You must have read my mind.
Something like that.
Billy D. Billy D. The coldest.
Damn.
Billy D was the coldest. He said, you read my mind. He was like, yeah.
He said something like that.
Yeah, I know what it is. It's that double malt talking to you.
That like you said, that's that double malt, that smooth malt liquor, boy. That's that smooth line liquor. I call it that dragon, boy. That's that dragon.
Hey,
boy.
Hey, Omar, though, you could do something for me before I get up out of here?
I sure can. What you need, brother?
Huh, bro?
What you need, brother?
Hey, man, all I need you to do is breathe in and let that light in. Creator loves y'all, man, and so do your brother Cosmon, man. Love, light, balance, man. I'm out of here, y'all. One.
I love you too, Kazi.
All right, brother. Hey, I just want to tell you, you know they hate that you call me that, right?
Yo, they hate that shit. They hate that shit, G.
They really hate it. You know, they hate. I don't mind it. Yeah, they do.
You my bruv. You my bruv. And the thing about Omar, I like giving my brothers and the people I love, I like giving them nicknames. And
it's a term of endearment. That's our culture. We Indians, bro. I get it. We Jones, you got nicknames. You dig what I'm talking about? We group together. You dig what I'm talking about? But we also hella independent. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just our culture, bro. It's who we are. This is what good people act like, y'all.
You know what, Kazi? That's very well spoken, brother. And I love you. I love you too. Good looking out, Kazi.
All right, y'all. One.
And that was from the words of my brother Kazi. You know what I'm saying? I don't think nothing else has to be even said anymore. I'm going to also drop off too. I want to give a salute to my brother A1 for always giving his brother Omar a voice, for giving brothers like Kazi a voice. Even for the people that I highly disagree with, giving them a voice also, because without contention, we wouldn't have a voice. So shout out to A1. Shout out to my brother Oli the Owl. And of course, also, shout out to my brother Humble Mystic and Soul Tribe. They good people, man. I love my brother Humble. I love those brothers and sisters for from Soul Tribe also. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want y'all to take anything out of context. When me and brother Humble was dialoguing, and the words are very harsh, and the language is harsh. Y'all gotta understand. Before anything happens, Humble was my brother, and we always joke around. We hold on. We even did the one Joan, like I want to say 2.5, 3 months ago, to where we to where we did the to where we did the one Jones with the basketball players. So I'm actually on accord with a lot of things Humble's saying. What did Brother Omar say when Humble was talking? I was like, a lot of people may disagree with me. I said, so some of the things that Humble said, I actually agree with the brother. I have no problem with mentioning if a brother is actually correct on something. I don't have a problem with that. So I hope y'all don't have a problem. And I notice, hold on, I want to give a salute to the brother Jay too, because when I was on that other panel the other day, Jay was like, Omar dropping Jews. Why did y'all cut him off and put him in the back? Why did y'all do that? So Jay is also a solid bruv, but I don't mind being challenged. That's why I come up here up on the panel. I don't come up on a panel for everybody to agree with me. That would be asinine. I come up on the panel is because I embrace challenge. And me embracing challenge and me and me have to being put on a hot seat, that makes me a better person. That makes me a better researcher. That makes me better with the scripture. I've been jammed up before. I've been confounded before too. I don't play, listen, I don't play games. I keep it a buck, straight up and down. But whenever I've been confounded or I've been jammed up about a topic or something like that, what I always do is I go back and I humble myself down, and I actually go and look these things up. I don't think that's a bad quality. I think that's a good quality. So if Brother Omar can say that I've been confounded, I've been jammed up on certain questions before, does that make me a failure? Does that make me less of a man? Nope, it don't. It makes me a success. It makes me more of a man because, like I said, when I'm confounded or jammed up with certain questions, I tip my hat off. But then what I go do, I go look into the books. I open up the books and I read to show myself, study and approve. And I don't think that's a bad thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop off too, man. I think this was an excellent show. I enjoyed my day off. And I got another day off tomorrow. So guess what? If A1, Oli, or Humble, well, hold on. Oh, damn, yeah. I'm in Arizona, so I already know. I can't say tomorrow. I gotta say today. Because I'm on West Coast time. I'm in Arizona. So yeah, man. I like the discussions. But before I drop off, I do gotta say, don't be biased. And this is to all the brothers up in the chat. Don't be biased to your brother Omar. And the reason I'm saying that is because when they talk about decorum and using profanity and stuff like that, because I ain't gonna front. Yeah, I got a potty mouth. But when other people do it, hold them to the fire in the same standard that y'all hold brother Omar by. To where if I get muted out, I put in the back, and there's other brothers doing the same thing, but they just get to ramble and talk without being put in the back. I just want things to be fair. Truth and solidarity. Y'all like that. Y'all like that. Y'all like that. But salute to everybody, man. I think it's very important for everybody to have their voice. I think it's very important and adequate for a person to be able to agree or disagree. And I think that's very important to pushing the information forward, especially when it's spooky time. Uh-oh. No, I'm just playing. Yeah. But no, so salute A1, salute the brother Oli, Salute the bruv, Humble. Salute Kazi. Salute Jay. Salute to everybody, man. I think when we really listen to one another and we look at it from, the other person lens, we can truly understand somebody. And it's okay to disagree. That's never an issue. And we have to show respect to the TDL. And we got to push this information forward, and we got to make sure we like, share, and subscribe. Because without TDL, none of us will have a voice. Y'all enjoy your day. I love all y'all. Love and respect. And salute to TDL. I'm up out of here. Love y'all.